And so it starts. Ding dong. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow, so it has started. Ding dong. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. That session, 9:45 UK time. I am situated punctual. I was going to say punctual as usual, but punctual oddly because usually it's African time. But this time around it's European time. What time are you working on? One man went to mow. The situation is about to commence. So situate yourself just right wherever you are most comfortable interacting with the session. The session has commenced and your company is required. The hyperlink is in the comment section if you want to come and engage on screen. So click on there early if you do want to come and engage so you're not left out when you're hearing narratives that you want either to concur or to contradict. So the session has started. One man went to mow, that bald-headed Oyala man that talks in a peculiar way. Come be peculiar with me for however long this session lasts. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chief Faila tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o Petrosodame ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. It never grows old. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o ìgbàlà tí ele. He he he. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀ ìgbàlà tí ele. He he he. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. Ìgbàlà tí ele. He he he. Ìgbàlà tí ele. So ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Buhari hails Amaechi over conferment of Daura title. So this looks like an arranged thing that is just orchestrated into the space because a lot of people get a lot of titles. So Buhari has never really come out to speak to that space. So what are we reading into this? Rotimi Amaechi, you remember, famously situated Railway University and a hospital in Daura. You know, so quite why he would do that, Daura in the middle of nowhere. So quite why he would do that, well, why he would do that is what is coming home to roost now. He has been conferred a title in Daura, and Malam Buhari now, against tradition, speaks to that enthronement, to that coronation, or however you choose to term it. So interesting times. Buhari hails Amaechi over conferment of Daura title. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out soon enough. This next headline will come to you as a surprise. The first half of it would not come to you as a surprise, but the second half of it will come to you as a surprise. Just the headline, the first half, not especially a surprise, but the second half of the headline, a bit of a surprise. Ekiti 2022, ex-governor SEGUN Oni quits PDP, so that is not a surprise, to pick Abga ticket, so that is a surprise. So again, Ekiti 2022, ex-governor SEGUN Oni quits PDP to pick Abga ticket. So quite what is in play there, the Easterners spreading their wings and reaching into that space. So what is in play there, we'll find out just shortly. We'll find this out shortly as well. Still all matters. Still all matters politics. 2023, hope for Atiku, Saraki, Tambuwal, Kwakwanso as PDP moves to scrap zoning. So it is not a case of PDP scrapping zoning, but essentially zoning it to the north. Because we all know that they are keen to have a northern candidate, preferably what is his name? Preferably Atiku. But any of those mix they will go for ahead of a Yoruba name or an Igbo name. Because those are the most powerful names in that party. The gold star names in PDP are all from the north. So you have Saraki, you have Kwakwanso, you have Atiku, you have Tambuwal. And contrast that, you only have Wike that is sort of reaching to punch above its weight. So outside of Wike, there's nobody else from the south in the PDP, not a single person. So they opened the space now to the northerners, and that is where they are pointing. So it's not so much cancelling zoning, but zoning it to the north. 2023, hope for Atiku, Saraki, Tambuwal, Kwakwanso as PDP moves to scrap zoning. So quite what is in play there, as if we don't already know, we'll find out just shortly. So this is breaking news. Sunday Igboho's lawyer gives authoritative update about separatists. So that is a bit of a teaser, but what that update is, you have to just tarry a little, but only a little, and then you find out. But to tease again, the headline, Sunday Igboho's lawyer gives authoritative update about separatists. So quite what is in play there, we find out just shortly. African leaders hold summit to discuss coups, C19, climate change. So the wind of coup sweeping across Africa at the moment cause for concern, and they converge to discuss. So they converge to discuss, and we converge to discuss this. How APC rigged 2019 election. Babangida's spokesperson. So quite how that is, we all know they rigged it, and we all have a fair idea of how that might have happened. But somebody from somewhat from within now speaks to the space. So is there going to be a revelation in this? The headline teases how APC rigged 2019 election, a headline attributed to Babangida's spokesperson. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out just shortly. So we'll find this out shortly as well. This is a recurring decimal within the Nigerian space. Just all talk, they talk to kick the can down the road. You know what it means to kick the can down the road? So you are seeing a can on a road. So you have the option of picking it up and putting it in the bin. But you cannot make that decision to bend down, or you are too lazy to bend down. So you kick it down the road, and then you keep on walking, so you don't have to consider it again until you come up against that can, and then you kick it down the road down, and then you kick it down the road again. So essentially, the fight against terrorism within the Nigerian space is just an exercise of kicking the can down the road. So fed up, stop the noise, deal with 96 identified terrorists, Afenifere tells federal government. So Lai Mohammed, as per usual, he has come out to say that they have this list of however many people that are linked to terrorism that they have either to their knowledge or in their custody. That is for the 196th time that they have told us that they have all this list. Even the people from Dubai, even the Arabs in Dubai gave them a list. Nothing happened. 3-4 years ago, they've had a list, but nothing has happened. The only time you ever hear anything in that space is either some vague, spurious bombing of some forest somewhere, or Lai Mohammed telling us that they have a list. So a couple of days ago, he comes out to say they have a list again. So shut up now is what Afenifere is saying. Stop that, stop the noise, deal with 96 identified terrorists. Afenifere tells federal government. So plenty to do, plenty to chew over. So plenty to chew over. Kick back, lean back, take it easy, and spend however long this session lasts. But before you spend however long anything lasts, let's come in via tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and of course, another Python dance.
Do I walk? O Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Ulapuri Mary Nandi, win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Ulapuri Mary Nandi bu onyedu aimo o meri zu ngiroya abakare mamanda ora unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapuri meri Nandi.
So there you heard it. The rumors persist in the East. They continue to insist Nandi wins the war. That is what they will have you believe. But before we go into the narrative, just a gentle nudge in the direction of the thumbs up button. We're trying to push that aggressively. So if you are just coming in, just thumb it up, and then you can just lean back and relax and enjoy the session. So do the thumbing up as I bring you the narratives. Buhari hails Amaechi over conferment of Daura title. President Mohamed Buhari, Friday evening, joined associates and friends of the Minister of Transportation, Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi, to congratulate him as he is turbaned than Amanan Daura, the trusted one, by the Daura Emirates. The president also congratulated another chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and reputable businessman Nasiru Danu, who will be turbaned as Tafida Baba of Daura. In a statement issued by, so this is where it starts to fall apart. So Malam Buhari from Daura, titles being conferred in his own homestead. So he's speaking to that. He should not really be speaking to that because he's a national figure that transcends the Daura space. But we know that it's very ethnically inclined. So you say he's speaking to ethnicity. But the next paragraph now is where it starts to fall apart. In a statement issued by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Malam Garba Shehu, President Buhari commended Amaechi, who was two-time Director General of his election campaigns, for the works he has put into making the administration fulfill its promises to Nigerians. So that paragraph is where it starts to fall apart, because Garba Shehu has nothing to do with saying whatever from Buhari to Rotimi Amaechi. The conferment of that title is a private affair, a decision made by the, we're assuming, just pleading naivety for a moment, a decision made by the Daura Emirates to reward him for whatever reason. So that was a private thing, and he's been conferred that title not as a minister of state, but as a private individual. So why should then a functionary of state, Garba Shehu, who is paid on taxpayers' money, be congratulating Rotimi Amaechi to be congratulating Rotimi Amaechi for Buhari in Buhari's private capacity as an individual and not the president? So a misuse of public funds is essentially, you may think it's a bit parochial and pedestrian and somewhat feeble, but essentially the principles are there. So this is again abuse of position. In a statement issued by Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity, Malam Garba Shehu, President Buhari commended Amaechi, who was two-time Director General of his election campaigns, for the work he has put into making the administration fulfill its promises to Nigerians. President Mohamed Buhari has sent messages of congratulations to two chieftains of the All Progressive Congress APC, Rotimi Amaechi, Minister of Transportation and two-time Director General of his election campaign, and Nasiru Haladu Danu, a reputable businessman, on the conferment of chieftaincy titles on them tomorrow, Saturday, by the Daura Emirates. President Buhari described the conferment of the title of Dan Amana, the trusted one, to Amaechi, so that should be on Amaechi, as a clear commitment to the harmonious relationship between the nation's diverse cultures. Al-Hadi Danu is being turbaned as Tafida Baba of Daura, the statement said. The president commended Amaechi for working with enormous energy to make the change we promised Nigerians a reality, noting that the change we are witnessing in the transport sector is an extraordinary legacy. The president will not be at the event, but has designated a delegation of 3 made up of the Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, Aviation, Senator Hadi Sarika, and Senior Special Assistant Media and Publicity Garba Shehu to represent him, the statement said. So the dollar bags will be sent essentially as though Rotimi Amaechi still needs any more dollar bags from all that he looted from Rivers and all that is looting from the Transport Ministry. To the next headline, Ekiti 2022, ex-governor Segun Oni quits PDP to pick Apga ticket. The build-up to the June 18 gubernatorial election in Ekiti on Saturday assumed another dimension as former Governor Segun Oni announced his withdrawal from the People's Democratic Party. Spokesperson for Segun Oni movement, Adebayo Jackson, confirmed the development to journalists in Ado Ekiti, saying his resignation is with immediate effect. Mr. Jackson said the decision by Mr. Oni and his entire political structure to leave PDP was taken at a stakeholders meeting held at Mr. Oni's residence in Ifaki Ekiti, Ado/Isosi local government area of the state earlier in the day. The former governor is, however, yet to clarify his next party of choice, though fingers are pointing at the All Progressive Grand Alliance APGA. According to Mr. Jackson, Mr. Oni yielded to pressure from majority of Ekiti people who are desirous of returning him back to the government house under any political party. Mr. Jackson, a former publicity secretary of the PDP in the state, hinted that the former governor would not only be leaving PDP with hundreds of his supporters and followers, his resignation from the party is also with immediate effect. I can confirm to you that His Excellency Engineer Segun Oni has finally resigned from the PDP. All the people of Ekiti have decided they want Segun Oni as gubernatorial candidate on any political platform, and he has hearkened to the calls. In fact, it was the image of Oni that has been promoting the image of PDP in Ekiti State. And once the PDP has decided to kill itself, we have to take a bow and leave. So there it is. Ekiti people will not leave Oni alone to go like that because they can't see any other person that can deliver what Oni has been doing for them. So and by the way, he only served one term, so I'm not quite sure where that comment is coming from. So if he was that good, then they would have returned him to serve a two-term sequentially. So it is the voice of the people and not the voice of anybody. As it is now, both the PDP and the APC will be contesting against the people of Ekiti. And the symbol of the people of Ekiti State is Engineer Oni, Mr. Jackson said. Corroborating him in a separate interview, former director of SEGUN Oni campaign organization, Larry Ogunsuyi, said the former governor's exit followed the high degree of injustice meted to him by some powerful forces in the party during the January 26 primary election. We have just said bye-bye to PDP, and His Excellency thanked all the people that worked with him and dissolved all the structures that ran the purported primary in PDP. What we have now is a confluence of people called SEGUN Oni Movement, and by next week, we should have sorted ourselves out in line with INEC's timetable. It is normal to speculate about politicians, especially a politician of Oni's stature. He is a former governor and he has just left PDP. What is certain is that we have left PDP, but we are not certain about where we are going, he said. On why Mr. Oni left PDP, he said, because PDP is a cult. Oni has been consistent in the search for the truth. Truth in Nigerian politics means you will be persecuted and all that. And that is all that has been happening. When you are consistently in search of truth and fair play, those things have no value in Nigerian politics, he said. So there you have it. What we know categorically is that SEGUN Oni has left the PDP, but what we know in speculation is that it's about to birth with Abga. So that is the surprise. So that's an interesting point to chew on. So this an interesting narrative to chew on. 2023, hope for Atiku Saraki Tambuwal Kwakwanso as PDP moves to scrap zoning. There may be a beam of hope for popular politicians from the northern part of Nigeria who have shown interest to run for president in 2023 on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, as the party says it may drop its zoning culture and throw the presidential primary open to all eligible members from all over the country. PDP Deputy National Publicity Secretary Abdullahi Ibrahim on Friday unequivocally said the leadership of the party was considering scrapping the idea of zoning for the 2023 presidency. Ibrahim, who spoke in an interview with Arise News monitored by correspondents, also said the PDP won't wait for the APC before taking a decision on zoning or otherwise for the 2023 presidency. Northern PDP chieftains who have shown interest in getting the party's 2023 presidential ticket include former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, and ex-governor of Kano State, Rabiu Kwankwaso. While some of them had yet to officially declare their presidential bid, there are strong indications they are eyeing the exalted seat in Aso Rock. With just about 1 year to the 2023 presidential election and a few months to the party primaries, there has been intense pressure from the southern region of the country for power to shift to the region from the north. The 17 southern governors and socio-political groups, including Afenifere, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, PAN, Niger Delta Forum, and the Middle Belt Forum, had constantly insisted that power moved to the south in 2023 after the 8-year regime of President Major General Muhammad Buhari retired, who is from Katsina State. The group had declared that political parties that field northern presidential candidates won't enjoy their support in the 2023 general election. Also, foremost Ijaw national leader Chief Edwin Clark recently urged northern presidential aspirants to reconsider their ambition to avoid chaos in the country. Since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999 after the dark years of military despotism, power has swung between the north and the south. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo, southerner from Ogun State, was in office from May 1999 to May 2007 on the platform of the PDP, whilst the late Umaru Yar'Adua from Katsina State in northern Nigeria, also on the platform of the PDP, had a short stint in Aso Rock from May 2007 until his death in May 2010 after battling with an ailment. Upon his passing, he was succeeded by his deputy Goodluck Jonathan, according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The PDP chieftain and former governor of Bayelsa State from southern Nigeria contested the 2011 presidential election and returned to office. Jonathan was, however, kicked out in May 2015 when he lost his re-election bid to Katsina-born Buhari of the All Progressive Congress, who has since been in power and would complete an 8-year term in May 2023. In its history, the PDP has zoned 4 of its 6 presidential tickets to Southerners since 1999, 2 to Obasanjo, 1999 to 2003, and 2 to Jonathan, 2011, and 2 to Obasanjo in 1999 and again in 2003, and 2 to Jonathan in 2011 and 2015, whilst 2 others have gone to the north, Yar'Adua in 2007 and Atiku in 2019. So far, Southerners have been in office for a total of 13 years, whilst Northerners would have spent 11 years in Aso Rock when Buhari completes his second term in May 2023. So that this article sounds somewhat sympathetic to that ticket being zoned to the north. That is the reading so far. Many politicians of northern extraction have argued for the need to balance the number of years that both the north and south stayed in power, whilst southern political godfathers and strongmen have vigorously continued to displace the argument, insisting that the presidency should move to the south in 2023 after Buhari's double term. The argument had at various times led to strong verbal altercations and exchange of expletives between southern politicians and northern bigwigs. Speaking on television program on Friday, the PDP Deputy National Publicity Secretary Ibrahim said the PDP is treading softly to ensure all interests are accommodated before the party comes up with a decision on its zoning culture. Ibrahim said, the haste with which people are just expecting us to declare zoning now, there are processes of consultations and engagements which are ongoing. We just have in place a national working committee which is barely 2 months in office. What it is doing now is to aggregate all the contending forces and interests and all the divergent views of Nigerians and come up with an informed decision as to where the presidency will be zoned. And according to the PDP chieftain, zoning is to strengthen unity and mutual cohesion because Nigeria is heterogeneous in culture, hence the need to allocate responsibilities accordingly. He said, it is only PDP that has realized the need to zone these offices and rotate them accordingly so that every interest, every region, and every contending forces within the country feel among. Are asked whether the PDP is thinking of jettisoning the idea of zoning, Ibrahim said, it is on the table and it is a factor that is taken very seriously. We are beginning to look at all of these interests and all of these clamors to see how we will make an informed decision at the fullness of time. It is not something we will want to do unilaterally. We will take national interest and divergent views of Nigerians in coming up with decisions. That is why we are not rushing things. On why the National Executive Council of the PDP has not taken a decision on the Governor Bala Mohammed report that the presidential ticket be left open to all interested aspirants, the PDP Deputy National Publicity Secretary said consultations is ongoing. Aside from northern politicians, some southern stalwarts, including former Senate President and Secretary to the government of the Federation, Pius Ayim, former Ekiti. So this is why I tell you that the field in the south is very weak. So we've heard all the names from the north, from the field from the south that is in PDP is very weak. In fact, they have nobody from the south. So we've heard all the names from the north that are in contention. Heavyweight names, big hitters, Saraki, Atiku, Tambuwa, Kwakwanso, etc. These are national figures, these are heavyweights, these are superstars. So now here are the names from the south. Some of them you might not even recognize them. Aside from the northern politicians, some southern stalwarts of the PDP, including former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Pius Anyin, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose. So this is who they are putting up against Atiku, Ayodele Fayose, to go and battle Atiku. So this is it. So former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose, ex-governor of Anambra State Peter Obi, media personality Dele Momodu, amongst others, have also expressed interest in clinching the party's 2023 presidential ticket in the primaries, which is expected to hold later this year. Other presidential hopefuls so far outside of the PDP include, and then it goes on to, okay, let me just run it through. Other presidential hopefuls so far outside of the PDP include APC National Chairman Bola Tinubu, Governor of Ebonyi State Dave Umahi, ex-Governor of Imo Rota Sokorota, former Governor of Abia and Majority Whip Orji Kalu, former Deputy Governor Central Bank Kingsley Moghalu, amongst others. Vice President Yomi Osibajo has also been rumored to nurse an ambition to succeed his boss through the 2023 election, but the professor of law has not officially made his intentions known. Whilst politicians are engrossed in the zoning debate, the concerns of millions of Nigerians are about the emergence of a president who would stabilize the economy, force down inflation through sagacious fiscal policies, provide conducive operating environments for businesses to thrive, boost food production, secure lives and property, provide good infrastructure, quality education, and affordable health care. So they're not asking for much, are they? So that is the PDP narrative, and I cannot see how that ticket would not go to the north, given just the dearth of talent that they have in the PDP. Dele Momodu, this is who they are. I mean, can you imagine? Dele Momodu, Fayoshe, this is the people that they're asking to go and fight Saraki and Atiku. So it's just a nonsense. Sunday, Igboho's lawyer gives authoritative update about separatists. Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Igboho, will soon be released from detention in Benin Republic. Pelumi Olajengbesi, one of his lawyers, has said, according to him, his claim is very authoritative. Correspondents report that Olajengbesi made this disclosure in a Facebook post on Saturday, criticizing Yoruba leaders for allegedly being selfish. Igboho has spent over 200 days in Benin Republic detention since he was arrested at Cotonou Airport en route to Germany alongside his wife in July 2020. Chief Sunday Igboho will be out very soon, and there will be a massive jubilation across the entire Yoruba land. He is no doubt a courageous man. This is very authoritative. Just that our Yoruba leaders should stop being selfish and allow good to prevail. So that is a very coded and an ambiguous statement that they should stop being selfish and allow truth to prevail. So that doesn't actually tell us anything other than just to fill our hearts with a suspicion. So we ought to learn as we huddle towards the end. African leaders hold summits to discuss Coups, C19 climate change. African leaders are gathering at an African Union summit this weekend to try to forge a coordinated response to the C19 pandemic and to the C19 pandemic and climate change. They also plan to respond to the spate of military takeovers from Sudan to the Sahel regions. The bloc, formed 20 years ago to promote international cooperation and harmonize member state policies, has struggled to address 6 coups and attempted coups in Africa over the past 18 months, and the power grabs are high on the summit's agenda. Heads of state from continental heavyweight Nigeria, new AU chairman Senegal and Kenya are due to attend. Although absentees will include some major figures like President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa and Uganda's Museveni, peace and security are seriously threatened in several of our regions and within some member states. AU Commissioner Chair Mwasu Faki Mahamat said on Tuesday in a statement. The AU suspended Burkina Faso on Monday following a January 24 military coup there. The leaders will also discuss the bloc's relationship with Israel. In July, Mr. Faki unilaterally accepted Israel's request for observer status at the AU, prompting criticism from South Africa, whose ruling party strongly backs the Palestinian cause. The issue was not resolved at an October meeting and will now be discussed by heads of state. It is unclear if the leaders will vote or merely discuss the issue. Nigeria, Algeria, South Africa, and Southern Africa regional blocs are pushing for Israel's status to be revoked, according to an internal memo prepared for the summit and seen by Reuters. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon, Morocco, and Togo support Israel's presence, one African diplomat said. Eba Kalondo, a spokesperson in Mr. Faki's office, did not respond to a comment request on Israel's status. Sharon Bali, head of the African division in Israel's Foreign Affairs Ministry, also declined to comment. So, okay, let me see. There's not much more, so let me just give you the fullness of it. Some diplomats fear that Israel's dispute might shift attention from pressing issues like the conflict in Ethiopia and unrest in Sudan following a coup in October. The leaders will also discuss climate change. Okay, so it goes on, it peters off. So essentially, the coups on the menu. So let's just see. Okay, let me give you the last two and then I'll come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take it on. How Apc Rigged 2019 election, Babangida's spokesperson. Kazim Afegbua, spokesperson of former President Mohamed Kasim Asegboa, spokesperson of former military president Ibrahim Babangida and one-time campaign spokesman for ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, says the ruling All Progressive Congress APC rigged the 2019 election. Correspondents recall that on February the 27th, 2019, Atiku lost the presidential election to incumbent President Mohamed Buhari of the APC by over 3 million votes. Atiku subsequently described the election as the worst in Nigeria's democratic history. Asked in a recent interview by Punch if he aligns with the claim that Atiku was rigged out, as claimed by the former vice president and the People's Democratic Party PDP at the time, Afegbua accused the APC of rigging the last presidential election through Borno and Yobe states. Of course, we were rigged out, he said. They used Borno and Yobe states to rig the elections. Yobe State recorded close to 85% attendance, such a curious figure where insurgency has been ravaging. Same goes for Borno, about 86% attendance. The figures we scored in those two states affected us badly, and we felt the military under Buratai to Kal Yusuf might have been compromised. Don't forget that there was this issue of bullets for ballots during the election. It was like a threat, and the rest, as they say, is history. So there you have it. That was how the elections was rigged. Quite shocking. Borno State, Boko Haram Central, the 86% turnout for an election. So that tells it all. It's just a farce. But then we all know, and have always known, that it's just a farce. Stop the noise. Deal with 96 identified terrorists. Afenifere tells federal government. So this is now the last readout, and then we come into the room to see if there's anybody there. And by the way, if you are in the room, please click on the like button so that when we come in, we can see it looking rosy and we're all happy. Pan Yoruba social political group Afenifere on Friday challenged the federal government to take prompt action against the already identified 96 alleged sponsors of terrorism in the country, rather than just periodically announcing the efforts it is making in combating the menace. The body threw the challenge in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Jare Ajayi, in reaction to the announcement by the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, that the federal government had identified 96 sponsors of terror groups in Nigeria. This was just as Afenifere equally said. The disclosure by Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum that the Islamic West African province, ISWAP, was taking over Nigeria should be a serious reason for concern, warranting decisive actions on the part of government and its agencies. It will be recalled that Alhaji Mohammed on Thursday informed the public that 123 companies and 33 bureaux de change were linked to terrorists in addition to 26 suspected bandits slash kidnappers, and that 7 co-conspirators had been identified, adding that 45 suspects of the identified 96 sponsors of terror groups will soon face prosecution. Also, Borno State Governor Zulum, at the same time, was warning the ministerial committee at the presidential villa Abuja that ISWAP was about taking over the country, asserting that the invading terrorist organization was deadlier than Boko Haram that we had been taming unsuccessfully for years. Afenifere, whilst recalling that various officials of the federal government had at different times talked about the government effort at curtailing the menace of terrorism that is gradually enveloping the country, said no concrete steps were seen to be taken by the government to tackle the roots of the problem other than occasional reports of bombardment of terrorist camps by the military. The Pan-Yoruba group sidely noted that the failure of the government to act decisively in this respect had emboldened the terrorists to be more daring, leading to the death of thousands of people and capturing of many communities, particularly in the northern part of the country, by terror groups. But other than occasional reports of bombardment of terrorist camps by the military, no concrete steps are seen to be taken by the government to tackle the roots of the problem. Indeed, the failure of the government to act decisively in this respect has emboldened the terrorists to be more daring, leading to the death of thousands, capturing of communities, particularly in the northern part of the country, by terror groups, Afenifere said. Speaking further, Afenifere insisted that disclosures by the government no longer impress majority of Nigerians, as many of the claims and promises made in the past by the government were not followed up with necessary actions. The Pan-Yoruba group recalled that 6 Nigerians listed last year by the United Arab Emirates to be amongst the 39 terrorists on its wanted list were actually tried and convicted in that country for setting up Boko Haram cells in the UAE to raise funds and materials to assist uh, uh, the fund and material assistance for insurgents in Nigeria. According to Afenifere, the UAE found the affected Nigerians to have transferred up to $800 million in favor of Boko Haram between 2015 and 2016, saying that the federal government was supposed to follow up on that but had not. Nigeria was supposed to follow up on that but has not, meaning that foreign countries appear to be more concerned about insecurity and terrorism acts going on in Nigeria, even more than our own government seems to be, the group said. Afenifere expressed deep worries over the 700 billion said to have been recovered through the whistleblowing policy of the government, as disclosed by the Minister Alhaji Mohammed, saying that it was disturbed that the government was still borrowing heavily from abroad when it could harness recovered looted funds with funds obtained from traditional sources. It therefore called on the federal government to stop external borrowing, provide jobs for youth, boost the morale of security agencies, and allow the establishment of state and local government police. Okay, so that's that. So that is a Afenifere then poo-pooing just the usual nonsense that we hear from Lai Mohammed. So there it is right there. Tony, I see you. Igor, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. The mighty Ajale Koko, I see you. And the soon to be chief from Akure. Let me see. Let me just scroll up so I can get you. And the soon to be chief from Akure, I see you. Good to see you all. Good to see you all, gentlemen. So there it is, right there. Let's go to Igor first, if he's with us. Igor, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Good to have you, Igor. So, Igor, quickly then to their very narrative. Lai Mohammed comes out again to tell us that they have this list of 96 sponsors for Boko Haram, but they've been having list of however many for however many long years. So year in, year out, he comes out with this list and talks about Bureau de Change, but we've never seen anybody marched into a courtroom in handcuffs to get his day in front of a judge. So all this double talk, kicking the can down the road. Lai Mohammed, lie by name, lie by nature. Ego.
I agree with Afenifere. They should come and tell us what they are doing to the people and stop telling us that they arrest 400 and they arrest 90, they uncover 90 something. All these kind of stories that government are telling its citizens without acting. I don't know what they think about the brains of the citizens. They just believe they can come to the public space and tell Nigerians what they like and go to sleep without doing anything about it. And Nigerians should go and sleep like that, dying every day with nobody being prosecuted or whatever. So please, Afenifere is right on this. They should tell us what they are doing to the people, not telling us that they uncover. That's my position there, one man.
All right, thank you, Igo. And let me move you quickly then to real politics and to the PDP space. We are getting to the business end of politics now, and the permutations are now coming to roost. Decisions about to be made, and PDP indicating that the field is open for anybody to contest. So, what are you making of that one? And then, what are you making of the insistence of the South that they must be zoned the presidential ticket to? And what are you making of the field that the South has to field in the PDP 3? So, to all of that, Ego.
You know, the last election that passed, which is in 2019, that won this war about 2023 that is coming up right now, it was only Northern candidate that was fielding. So if the South is insisting, I think they have a point.
But they have nobody now in PDP. Dele Momodu.
Why,
Is it
why
Dele
do you
Momodu?
why do you say
Dele
they have
Momodu. Is it
Dele Momodu is not Dele Momodu is not a
Fayose?
politician.
Yeah, but these are the names they are parading now. Is it Fayose?
Of course,
President
Fayose is
Fayose.
qualified to be president. What makes Atiku better than Fayose?
Stomach infrastructure.
Yes, what makes Atiku better than Fayose?
Everything. Having a brain is one. Does Fayose even have a brain? Does he?
Really?
I'm asking you. Does he have a brain?
Of course. Why not? Why not? He's a two-time governor. Don't have a brain.
Well, of Ekiti State. What are you talking about?
Two-time governor.
This is not Ekiti State. How many people in Ekiti State? Is it 2 people?
What do you mean?
But
is Ekiti not a state?
Would you be proud as a Nigerian to have Fayose as your president?
There are other southern candidates now. I think Tinubu is there. I think Obasanjo is there.
No.
I think Goodluck still remains. The PDP. Okay,
Goodluck Jonathan has left the PDP. Yeah.
PDP. We still have viable men there. People like them, Donald Duke, them Yetsun Wike, and all these people. They are still there.
All right.
Are they not humans? What are you talking about?
Okay. If you set aside your southern bias and they asked you to pick the person that has the best chance for the PDP at the presidential race. So you have Atiku Saraki, you have Kwakanso, you have Tambuwal, you have Wike, you have Fayose, you have Dele Momodu. Who amongst those? Pick 3 amongst those. If you removing yourself from the South, just as a neutral person, pick 3 amongst those that you think stand the best chance.
From the South, you mean?
No. From the whole field. So you have Atiku, you have Saraki, you have Kwakwanso, you have Tambuwal, you have Fayose, you have Wike, you have Dele Momodu. Pick 2 names. Pick 2 names that you think have a good chance.
I think 2 names you mean, right?
Yes.
I think we'll give it to somebody like Atiku, and then we'll also give it to somebody like Wike. Let me not say Saraki. Let me say Wike.
Okay, pick another one. Pick a third one. Pick a third one.
There's a third. I'll put Saraki there.
So you see, all of the strength in the PDP is in the north.
In the north.
So you can't say Dele Momodu. Can you imagine that? The guy will just go there and be eating the whole place up. You see, it's just a nonsense, isn't it? So, Igor, let me take you to another talking point: the turbaning of Rotimi Amaechi as the Dagin of Daura. What are you making of that? What politics do you think is in play there?
The Northerners are very good in capturing the oil-rich people. They are very good in coercing them to their level. So if you see this young man, what's his name, Amaechi, being turban or whatever, it's all the politics of still owning the region that has the resources. That's what I think.
All right. And the spate of coups going on in Africa at the moment, about 6 so far, all within less than 2 years. What are you making then of the resurgence of what we thought we have consigned to the annals of history?
Is the madness of the African leadership that is leading to all this coup that you are seeing around. when leaders are not telling their citizens the truth, when leaders who call themselves democratically elected leaders are beginning to play politics that are not favoring the citizen, it became a politics not for the people but for themselves. This is what you got. It is a failure of leadership by African leaders that is leading to all this kind of what you are seeing now across the African region. And these things will continue if the leaders did not change. If they continue to steal money and make their people remain impoverished from the north of this African nation to the east or wherever, south, wherever, if they fail to begin to understand that it is the people fault, this school will continue. It is failure of leadership in Africa.
But coups are not the panacea now. Look at the sort of military administrations that we have had all over Africa. People like Gaddafi, like what is his name? Idi Amin.
Forget about Idi Amin. Has Gaddafi not done better?
Better than what? He was just nodding it over there. He was brutalizing the whole country.
Who told you that? Were you there?
It's on public record.
Who told you that? Were you there?
It's on public record.
Do you know that he's a military? Do you know that he is a military leader? And to get to get your country to understand you, there should be some iron fist because some people
don't know anything about Gaddafi.
You don't know anything about anything.
Gaddafi is the only leader in Africa. Listen to me, one man.
Can I say something about
do you know all the death camps, all the brutality? Did you not see the? Okay, let's hear from Rajane Koko, and then we hear from Rational Mind. I think one of us here is confused, but we'll soon find out.
I will tell you something about Gaddafi that will make you
hold on first now.
How do you know who is confused? One of us. Allow me speak. You don't know anything about Gaddafi.
All right, tell me what you know. Tell me what you know. Fabricated stories. Eyewitness account.
Libya
video evidence. Torture chamber.
Buy brand new motor. You will go to government shop and get free food. It's the only country you will live when you are 18. You receive salaries. It's the only country you will live when you are 22. You have a home.
You don't know what you're talking. You don't know what you're talking about.
One man, do you know that when Gaddafi became president, he was homeless? It was homeless.
What is this man saying?
For a couple of years. You know that? He said he will never get himself a house until every Libyan has a house.
It was sleeping on the streets, Abi. What are you talking
about? He was sleeping in a tent in the desert. He said he will remain homeless.
Is that not a lifestyle choice? You remember Tony Blair went to visit him in that tent. What are you talking? You are just
look at this guy. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about
and I wasn't even talking about
you follow Western media.
Don't tell me what I'm. No, please don't do that. Don't tell me what I follow. I know what I follow. So
but he's telling you the truth. If you say Gaddafi is this or that,
that's my impression of him. But really, the narrative was not even about Gaddafi. We were just talking about the spate of military coups in Africa. That was really what I was inviting thoughts on.
Yeah, sure. That's why I said it's the act of bad leadership. African leaders still in corruption. That is the battery of all this coup you are seeing across the. It's the failure of leadership in Africa. And that's the truth. Nothing more.
Can I make a point?
Yeah, come in, Ajale Koko.
Sure.
Gaddafi leadership transformed Libya from what it used to be, a desert, to a modern country. When it comes to human rights record, yes, we can score him low.
It's one of the worst in the world.
But when it comes to,
it's one of the worst in the world. Gaddafi has a template. Mike, this is not. We don't want to do that today. Gaddafi had a philosophy which he called the Green Book. And he was trying to get water out of the desert to greenify his country and make it arable. But that was a pet project which the oil resources of that country facilitated for. And the life that the people were living was a pretense of the life that they could be living, because the oil wealth, he had sole control over that. He ruled that country like an Arab sheikh. You know, it was more a sheikh than a president. The brutality is just is almost is unheard of. That guy was a British guy.
Okay, give examples, Roman.
As I was saying.
Well, you go search the record books now.
As I was saying,
Which record books? Western media record books?
Gaddafi was not different to those leadership you have in Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries when it comes to human rights record in the country.
Fact.
The human rights records in all the Arab countries are very, very bad. But in the case of Gaddafi,
Gaddafi is even better than them. Gaddafi is better than most of them.
Yes, Gaddafi is even, because Gaddafi he transformed the country from what it used to be, just a desert, a desertic area, into a modern country, a country that provide good education, free to everybody, free up to university level. He provided free education for every Libyan, free health service for every Libyan, and he managed the economic well.
Even free food, even free food. Free food.
And the wealth of the nation was frugally.
Do you know that Gaddafi took over that country quickly after oil was discovered in that country? So you are not comparing the transformation for the sequence of events. You know, shortly after oil was discovered, he took over. So they had no resources pre-Gaddafi, but they had Saudi level wealth post during Gaddafi. So quickly after oil was discovered, he took over the country. So whatever it is that you're claiming that he did was just the result of the oil that was just discovered in abundance.
So what about the rest of us have oil? Why are we not?
And then he managed them very well.
Don't worry about that. Do you know the population? But why are we even discussing Gaddafi? Okay, go on. Land your point. Charles, you come in and then let's get back on track.
One man, the record is there that guy built that country to what we can see today.
Do you know when
modern
country? Let me just double check.
Country
do you know
with
when
the
Gaddafi
best
took over the
medical
country?
facility in the whole of Africa.
Hold on. Do you know when Gaddafi took over the country?
1969.
1970, 69, 70.
Okay,
do you know when
70.
Do you know when oil was discovered in Libya?
I don't know.
1959. So quickly after oil was...
Hold on. You said 1959?
Yes.
59, and it took over in 1969? 10 years apart?
Yes.
10 years.
Wait, that's quickly after now. That's quickly after.
No, it's
not quickly.
10 years.
No. Oil was discovered. Not oil was already booming.
Okay.
When he saw the boom, he took over.
But
and then
he discovered, okay, he got there and he used the resources of the country to the advantage of the country.
Do you know that Gaddafi remains one of the wealthiest men in the world?
Of course.
Based on what?
Look, this man managed the economy of the country
very well
in such a way that
why are you saying this?
Oh, that is the record. Hold on, one man.
This guy, every Libyan. You want those that are in Libya to tell you. I said Libya has free food.
Every Libyan can boast of their own house. Every Libyan have their own house.
Yes.
And at the age of 18, every Libyan that graduated from high school will be allocated his own apartment.
Apartment, money to marry, money for
I don't know why we're even having this. Hold on. I don't know why we're even having this conversation.
We're having it because he says he's a tyrant.
He's a tyrant
you are condemning him. We say no,
don't condemn him. And a thief. A tyrant and a thief. Okay, read this article that I'm posting in the comment section.
Fake news, right? Western media.
One man, as I was telling you, there is no Arab leader that is not a tyrant. That is a fact, and you know that yourself. Is it those people in Saudi Arabia? Hold on, is it those people in Saudi Arabia that kick?
Do you know that his fortune is estimated at 200 billion?
I don't want to look. That's propaganda. That's propaganda. That's propaganda.
He was living in a tent in the desert.
I mean, that is what you got from Western media, and we cannot believe that.
Right. Where are you getting your information from?
All this I'm telling you about the transformation of Libya.
Well, yes, everything you know about Gaddafi.
Okay, can't you see that physically?
No, I've never been there. Have you been there? I've never been there.
Can I say something?
Can't you see that physically?
Have you been there?
As a modern
have you been there?
I've not been there.
Oh, so you're getting it.
I want to comment.
Why do you want to say, okay, they said somebody have 200 billion, and you want to believe that one man?
But you are getting your information.
Why do you want to believe that?
From Western media.
Why do you want to believe that?
You get information from the same sources. It's how you choose to believe it. You want to believe what's right.
Okay, Rational Man.
Sorry. Charles wanted to go first. Sorry, Rational Man, but he was trying to punch through.
This is the reason why Nigerians are dumb and stupid. Igbo,
oh God.
No, I'm saying them. This is the truth. Libya, rubbish.
My boy, Charles, man.
Rwanda is better than Libya.
Please after Charles.
What are you smoking on? Rwanda and Kenya better than Libya. I don't.
Rwanda and Kenya are better than Libya. Where are you getting that from? Where boy, man?
I know what Igbo is smoking on. I know what he's smoking on, but that's false.
Have you been drinking those extra sweet sugar pops again? Are you having a sugar rush? Are you having a sugar rush? What's going on here?
Woman, this is why West Africa is still behind.
Right.
West Africa mentality are dumb. They don't think smart. That's why East Africa is more better than West Africa. So it's like rubbish. You say the truth. Don't be dumb.
Right. And this truth shall set you free. Rational mind. Set us free.
I would speak from a perspective of a person who lived in Libya before, when Gaddafi was there. Gaddafi, I would say, he was a tyrant of some sort. But then he brought Libya to where it is. There are some people who said, if perhaps Gaddafi was not the leader of that country, with a huge, vast amount of oil that the country is sitting on, probably they would have seen a transformation better than what Gaddafi did. But then we can't really point to that. We can't really say that for a fact that anybody would have done better than him. Gaddafi really transformed Libya. Every Libyans were okay. The Libyans were okay. The dinar, they call it. It's almost like equivalent to $1. So even despite the sanctions that he went through, the country was still thriving. Gaddafi really put that country together. But after his demise, we see how the country plunged into the anarchy. We see the chaos.
It was feeding the people crumbs.
Yeah, the thing is this. It's true. He did that for what they call regime stability.
Yes.
And so after they put him out of that place, now look at what that place has become.
I'm really surprised. The guy was a gangster, and people are trying to.
He was a gangster, but then the human rights. There's a lot of Libyans dissidents who fled abroad because you see, one thing about democracy is as opposed to dictatorship, is democracy allows everybody to participate. And when we have one emperor or somebody...
Sorry to interrupt you, Rational Mind. Here is another article saying the same thing. Gaddafi, the richest man in the world. You know, so what are we talking about? The guy was a criminal.
Well, he did enrich himself. He lived like a king. He lived like an emperor of some sort. It's just like what we see in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia it's like we see this family, the Al Saud family, running the whole of that kingdom, and all their princes. They are the Minister of Defense, Minister of Petroleum, Minister of all these things. So ordinary Saudians, Saudi Arabians, they do not, even though they made them okay, they have money they can spend, but they limit their freedom. That is one thing about democracy. Democracy gives you that freedom to be able to act and do as you want. But when you live in those kind of a country whereby one man calls the shots, not as in one man, you one man, but I'm saying one man as in an emperor, like the kind of but Libya was even still better than Saudi Arabia, but it's the same style, the same kind of social setting. That is what you find there. We talk about the so-called, the religion, prevailing religion. So what I'm trying to talk about now is that Gaddafi did well for the country, I would say. But then when it comes to human rights record, like Saudi,
are you saying he did well for the country relative to the resources of the country?
You need to understand that there was a sanction. There was an embargo on their oil for many years.
That didn't stop them funneling it. They were still selling it to Russia.
Well, yeah, but then it's not like what they should have gotten if they had not had that embargo on those sanctions that was placed on them because of that Lockerbie, is it Lockerbie bombing or whatever they call it? What's it called?
Panam aircraft and the Lockerbie bombing. Yeah.
So even for that, Libya would have been there was a time Libya was even dishing out money to Nigeria during Abacha time. He came to Abacha. He came to Nigeria during Abacha.
Yes.
So Libya, it was a power to be reckoned with when Gaddafi was there. Some people some military were being trained in Libya. Like when we say some of our military are being trained in Israel, some are being trained in Libya. Libya was becoming a military powerhouse in Africa. That's one of the things that scared the Western world, especially the US and Western Europe, because they felt like with all the embargo on these people, these guys, we still kind of was able to pull through something. So, but Gaddafi is a tyrant, but he did it. I would call it a kind of like a necessary evil for that country to put that country together. If not so, what we're seeing right now is what we're seeing. That's total chaos and anarchy there. So, Gaddafi was good of some ways.
You lived there. What was the size of the population of Libya?
Not much. You don't have the country is not. It's not like
less than 7 million. Less than 7 million, and they were controlling 10 times the income of Nigeria. And you are saying their people are something. It was feeding them.
No,
crumbs.
They were okay.
It was feeding them crumbs relative to what the country's income was.
You need to understand there was an embargo. There was an embargo. There was
the embargo didn't stop him from amassing $200 billion in personal fortune.
He did. The guy really amassed a lot of money, but
he's
not
a gangster now. He's a gangster.
But the question is this: where are all this money? Some people say they looted it, but when did
that disappeared now? It's a bit like all these clueless people that just use brutality to steal money, but they don't know how to handle it. It's a bit like Abacha's loot. It will just disappear.
He made money for himself. He lived as a king, like an emperor. We know that. But the thing is, what was this amount of money that he was worth?
Look at that. Your friend has come after you again.
Who is that person?
Jafar. But carry on.
Yeah, it was. During Abacha's time, and Nigeria too was under embargo. He came to Nigeria. He gave money to Nigeria. Another thing that Gaddafi was doing those times was he was promoting himself. He was promoting this Pan-African ideology then. He was going to different African country, and he was even training some military, like in Liberia. He was training Liberian military, Charles Taylor military, even some Ivorian military were being trained in mercenaries were being trained in Libya. So you can check the record. It's there in the record. So what I'm trying to say is that Gaddafi, yes, has his own good side, but also he has his own bad side, which I would say. But I would say the good that he did is better than. It surpasses what he did when it comes to the bad. That's also I can say about him.
And in addition, this is a guy that educated its population more than the Saudi Arabia, more than the Kuwait.
Hold on.
More than
we have
what
to
do you
use
call
that,
United Arab Emirates, and he
6.8 million people.
uplifted
6.8
only
million
Arab
people.
country. I mean, other than
6.8 million
let me
people.
say Iraq, Saddam Hussein. He uplifted.
It was a Father Christmas.
The female.
That was the Father Christmas.
The female in the society, in our society, he uplifted the interest of women in the society.
What's the population
it's only in the military of Libya that you see women carrying arms,
what is
guiding,
the population?
and it's only
come on, man.
in Libya, among all Arab countries, that you will see female soldier very, very active. So this guy, he did it best. Free education to university level.
No, don't say that.
And
hold on.
It really demonstrated that
what is the
your voice is a bit low, one man.
He never traveled out.
What is the population? What is the population? Hold on. What is the, because you want to
don't hide under population. Don't hide under
so
population.
It doesn't matter, Abi. 7 million people. What is the income of the country?
Look,
what is the income of the country?
What is the income? What is the income of Saudi Arabia? What is the income of Saudi Arabia compared to
we're
Libya?
talking about Libya. Saudi Arabia is a kingdom.
We are just comparing. Just compare. I mean, you are trying to use population now.
No, you are saying he did all of these things.
Yes.
Look at the wealth of the country relative to the population size. Doing that thing is a nothing. What you are saying is a nothing. Given the wealth and the population size, if he was handing over $1 million to every citizen of that country, it's still too little for the earning of the country and the tiny that place.
If that guy is so corrupt and he didn't want to do what he was doing for his people, he won't still do it. He would have stolen all the money.
He couldn't have. The money was too much.
What of in your Nigeria? Are you saying that Nigeria is not wealthy for us to live as the way you live in the United Kingdom?
Gaddafi was turning desert into town. Gaddafi was turning desert into
I think we're turning history. We're turning history upside down.
Let me tell you something.
We're turning history upside down.
Ego, let me make this point. This guy, as at the time he came into government, they weren't having pipe-borne water because it's a desert. What did this guy do to solve that problem?
When they came into government, they didn't have oil. They did not have oil. They did not have oil.
Hold on.
Pre-Gaddafi. They did not have oil.
No. What I'm saying, when this guy came in, they weren't having pipe-borne water.
They did not have money. They did not have money then. Are you going to leave that big detail out?
What do you mean by they don't have money? They have a king. They have a corrupt king that was looting all the money. They have King Idris there that was looting all the money. What are they looting money? He surrendered the country to Italy, to the Western world that were looting their resources. But when Gaddafi came in, Gaddafi stopped all those nonsense and started using that resources for the betterment of their country.
Right.
And that is why he was able to surrender. Do you know that this guy fought for reparation?
For $200 billion fortune.
This guy fought. Hold on. This is it's on record.
Where's the money?
It's on record.
Where's the money? What does that even mean?
That is what the Western media reported.
Right.
Rational man. Let me make this more.
Always Western media, isn't it?
This guy is the only leader.
Okay, let me put this question to you, one man. Let me ask one man this question.
Let me finish this point. Okay. This guy is the only leader in the history of Africa that fought for reparation for his people. He took reparation from Italy for the abuse and colonization of their country and the looting of their resources for so many years. He collected reparation from them.
I don't know about that.
That's a great leader. That's a benevolent. If the whole of Africa have people like somebody like Gaddafi all over Africa, Africa will have been transformed to the best of the best continent in this world.
So every leader should be amassing $200 billion, Abi. We'll be doomed.
What do you mean? What do you mean by this? I'm asking 200 million.
Well,
I don't know where I don't know where he's getting that figure
He
from.
got it from Western world, and we have to believe that.
No, where are you
Didn't
getting
they
your information
tell
from?
you that? Didn't they
You
tell you
are
that?
getting your information from the
Hold
same
on. Didn't they
sources. I'm
tell
getting
you
the
that?
same information.
Didn't they tell you that?
No, you're not answering the question now, Jale Koko.
Hold
Where
on.
are you getting your information from? Where are you getting your information from?
From a reliable source.
Which is what? Which is what?
I won't tell you.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Look
I'm
at
not going to tell you.
that.
Look, let me tell you, this is the way they lie to you that Saddam Hussein have a weapon of mass destruction. Where is it today?
That's just a point. Yeah.
No, that's a different narrative, though.
No,
That's a
it's not a
strong
different
man
narrative.
argument. Of course, it's a.
Yeah,
Come
one
on,
man.
man.
One man. Let me ask you this question. Let me put this question.
I mean, I'm not saying that the guy is not corrupt. I'm not saying that, what do you call it? I'm not saying that it's not tyrannical. But what I'm saying is that this guy transformed it. So it's on record. He built great man-made river.
I saw
it's one of the wonders in this world. It's one of the wonders, the fifth wonders in this world. He built a great man-made artificial river to lift water to the whole of Libya and pump water, pipe on water across the whole country. That's a great man that really loves his people. You might have something. I mean, there's no leader that we not have. But when you're talking of a benevolent leader,
he's not a benevolent. He's a crook.
It's one of them in the world.
He's benevolent.
I beg you, make a talk more now. I beg you.
But please, Tony, keep it within the conversation, though. That's the only thing I ask.
Yeah, rational man, you can go. You can go.
Yes.
Yeah, let's hear from Tony. But Tony, please keep it consistent to the conversation.
Okay. Now, good evening. Now, well done. So, first of all, Libya is not an African country. It's not part of us. First of all, it's not part of the continent, the black continent. No, like all this Egypt and etc. They should be separated from us. Okay. So then, secondly, Gaddafi was like my mentor when I was in primary school. From primary school up, from primary 6. Because I used to read all this lot of international magazines. If I don't do that, then I will be touching my toes till tomorrow morning. Because I was, so I have to be reading all the whole book they are ordering for me. Like people's magazine from China, the Gaddafi's Green Book, etc., etc. I used to like this guy, but later, that Gaddafi was the most wicked soul in this world because he used this. You see this. It's okay. See the republic is Islamia Republic. Do you know what that one means? It means terror for the citizens. He provided water, infrastructure, but they dare not move to anywhere.
Tony, what do you mean? What do you mean? Tony, just stop there. What do you mean by
Hold on, let me finish. You have been talking this. Hold on, please. Please, I'm getting the response. Hold on.
Saying this here, man.
No, let me, let me.
When they are talking about Christianity,
please, when I finish, let me, I'm going to respond to you now. So, you said that they empower the women. Please, sir. You said that Ajani Koko. You said that they empower the women. The women that have power were selected members of the society. These people will be under Sharia, so they cannot go to the school.
So what is wrong?
Oh my God! So those girls were special squad killers. Do you know that many Nigerians that left Nigeria or many Africans that left 20 years ago? Many of them that were murdered because once you move on the street, you dare not look left from or right. So. Then you are taking me crazy. So Gaddafi was a very wicked person, and then he was very wicked, and then look, he's South African. You know what I'm saying? So all these problems of Boko Haram, of Al-Shabaab, these are the handwork of Gaddafi. You know what I mean? So if we were to be having people like him in Africa, then we could all be in 6 feet deep. So
Tony.
Yes.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. How did Gaddafi created Boko Haram? Boko Haram was
because those, okay, thank you. You know that this Sharia, this Sharia, emanated from all those places, like from Saudi Arabia, to that place.
Sharia affect you.
As much as I
hold on. You see,
Tony.
You see, hold on. Only Northern Nigeria that the people are not enjoying, because many Sharia countries they do enjoy their life. If you look at all the Muslim countries of the world, despite the fact that they use Sharia to terrorize them, but they still provide them basic amenities. Only Northern Nigeria that is very, very surprising. Why they are not helping their people?
You know, one man told you that you should not go to those areas because when you go to
Well,
those
we did not
areas,
go there. We did not go there. We did not go to Northern Nigeria. We are going generally.
hold on.
Tony,
Let
Yes.
me.
This guy
Okay, go
cannot
on.
help
Tony,
himself.
Uh-huh.
when you're talking about all these things that Gaddafi did,
Mm.
I just want to throw this question to you.
Yes, sir.
Is he not better than the president of our own country?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was saying just now. That the people of Nigeria, I don't know why they are not as Muslim leaders. They're supposed to be giving good things to the people. You know what I'm saying? Because Northern Nigeria could have been looking like exactly like Saudi Arabia today. You know, if you go to Egypt now, you go to every other country except the black race Muslims that are backward, like Sudan, like all this, all the rest, Nigeria, Northern Nigeria, they are backward. There's something wrong with our race. That's why that.
You didn't answer my question. Is he not better than
I
Nigeria?
answered a question that it was better for his people than the late Muhammad Buhari.
Okay.
Well, do you know that Libyans do have blacks? Do you know that? I mean, what's going on here? Everybody else keep going off the screen.
No, sorry. I had to remove Tony for a little bit.
So Libyans do have blacks.
Hold on. Sorry, Rational Mind. I want us to moderate. There's no topic that is off limit, but I want to I want us to especially moderate language around religion, because religion is deeply felt and very personal to people. So just don't carpet bomb other people's religion, especially religions you don't know that much about. Speak only as you know. So we're not hate speeching here. So hopefully I wouldn't have to repeat that again. I'll bring Tony back, but please, Tony, just moderate the language.
Okay, sir. I'm very sorry again. Yeah. You know. So, like, okay, then the people, they are very nice. If you look at even this UAE, you look at Saddam Hussein was the best. You know, when it comes to the Arab world, because he empowered the women. Because the best scientist in Iraq was Ali. You know, Chemical Ali is a woman. You know, she was Mrs. Ali, and then she was the best. You know, of the best. Look at the infrastructure. You know,
I don't think Chemical Ali was a woman. Let me just check.
Woman, I don't know why he's getting that from too.
All right, Tony. I don't think you are speaking to things you don't know.
Then we'll go to Somalia. Then we'll go to Somalia again. Somalia, you know that.
What are we going to do in Somalia?
No. I mean,
the point is what we're talking about is we're talking about military dictatorship in Africa, because we're seeing the wave of military takeover in many countries, like in Burkina, in Mali, in Guinea, and we now Guinea-Bissau. I mean, we don't know what is going on there until we find out. So now we're talking about the impact of this military takeover in these countries.
Okay,
and we've seen it in the past, how it impacted many of these countries, how it has not brought any good. That was what brought about Gaddafi. Gaddafi being a military man who took over, who overthrew their monarchical system that they had before, and he took over. And how has he benefited the Libyans?
Okay.
So we know the Libyans is a different case because Gaddafi meant well for his people, I would say, even though I know he himself is a gangster. He stole money but that Western media, they report about 200 million or 300 billion that one man is saying. One thing you want to understand is that after they were trying to overthrow him, when the US and France and all of them came in, so many things they thought that this guy did. They found out that it was all just a cooked up by the CIA or whatever.
Okay.
Some of them, that's the same way they did for Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, can I respond now?
No, Tony, because you take us to another.
No, not to another way. We know, very correct, sir. Very correct this time. No religion, please, sir. So, you know what they say? Military government is exactly what we need in Africa, not Nigeria, because Nigeria, we don't have a military in Nigeria. But because if you look at the military history in Nigeria, military government history, they are the one that developed the Africa up to this point where those things we are enjoying today. They were developed. Then they look at Idi Amin. He did a very great job. Like Rawlings did a great job. Like in in Uganda, there was no tribal wars because the Idi Amin would tell the traditional rulers to try to bring the people together. He go to the interiors by himself. And then if you're in charge of military, like a ministry, Ministry of Transport.
Sorry, thank you, Tony. I don't really understand what you're talking about, and I'm not really sure that what you're saying is consistent with the conversation. But thank you.
He was asking me about
thank you, Tony.
Anyway, no, okay. But
Thank
military.
you, Tony. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you too. Later.
Yeah.
Later.
Thank you, Tony. So we seem to have lost ego somewhat. The system probably dropped. So let's go to Ajanle Koko and just move the conversation from Libya, because I think it's one of those things that it depends on your politics, how you choose to see it. You know, all the details are there, you know, but how you choose to interpret it depends on your worldview. So, sorry, no, we're moving on from there, Charles. So let's hear Ajanle Koko's worldview on this. To take you back to where I was with ego, where I started with ego. So the PDP are indicating, all the indications are that they are going to open up that field. So one, that's itself a question. But then the South are pushing that they must zone to them. That's another question. But the bigger question is, if they do zone to the South, then who? So if you remove Wike, there's nobody there. We're talking Dele Momodu and Fayoshe. Does that even have a meaning? So to all of that, the zoning permutations in PDP and the runners and riders. Ajanle Koko.
The country is sharply divided now. The political along tribal and when it comes to politics of that country, the country is sharply divided under this administration. PDP as a party have to be strategic in choosing their presidential candidate to win the presidency. Choosing a southerner now. Now we have to be very objective. I'm a southerner. I will love a southerner to be the next president. But in PDP, any southerner choosing at this time cannot win election, either Yoruba or Igbo, no matter how good name that you carry and your experience in politics. A southerner cannot win presidency from the PDP. So they have to be strategic.
Why do you say so? Why do you say so? Southerner cannot win?
They
don't have the talent in PDP. Is what you're saying?
It is not. I'm not agreeing with you, woman. That talent. Everybody is a talent.
Name one talent. Leave Wike out. Name one talent in PDP.
No, this is the word talent. Is not the right word to use.
Well, it is.
It's not the right word.
Okay, name a superstar then. So okay, let's change the word to superstar.
Every politician is Bukola Saraki not a superstar.
Yeah, but he's not from the South. I said from the South.
Is Wike not a superstar?
No, I said leave Wike out. Aside from Wike, name a southern superstar in PDP. And Wike is not a superstar, maybe a star with a small s, but name a southern superstar in PDP.
Dele Momodu is a superstar.
Okay, all right then.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Why do you say Southerner cannot be? Why do you say that? I'm asking you, why do you say Southerner cannot be president from PDP? Why do you say that?
Southerner cannot win. That is the truth.
Why?
Why I said that is that the country is sharply divided along tribal line right now.
But don't you think if the candidate that APC will present can also determine that?
Hmm?
The candidate that APC will present, if anybody clinches that ticket from APC, can also determine if that Southerner from PDP can win their election. The candidate that APC will field for their presidential slot, can it not determine if that APC, I mean that PDP Southerner can win that election? Have you thought about that with you?
Look, let me tell you this. APC is at the advantage now because they are currently in power, and they can use the power of incumbency to return to power or to retain power.
Rig the election. Rig it.
Yes, to rig the election. Yes. Okay. Yes. But the chance of rigging can be minimized, or rather can be reduced drastically by fielding a northerner to represent PDP, a notable northerner that have weight in politics to rattle them up north. We know that in the Southeast and South, if you have to go by record, is the strongest hold of PDP. They can still get that as long as the interest of Southeast is represented as the vice president. So the interest of Southeast being the vice president to a strong northerner can drive them to presidency, can drive PDP to presidency. But if you field a southerner, it's going to be very difficult to win. Number one, the power of incumbency will play out, and the APC will project themselves to their people there that though we are not going to be number one, but we are going to be number two. So it's as good as we are still in power, at the corridor of power. We are not leaving the corridor of power. So for PDP to win, they have to be very strategic. They cannot present a southerner. Southerner cannot win. That is the truth. The way it looks like now, southerner cannot win. But a northerner that can speak in their language to them and convince them that APC has destroyed this country. They caused the banditry that is killing you in your villages, in your farm, and rattle you everywhere, that taking you as kidnapper. They don't let you have peace of mind in your villages. It is APC that can resonate with them, that okay, this is our man. It's going to go back to, we are still going to retain the power. Look, PDP have to jettison this idea of Southern leadership. They cannot win with a Southern candidate. That's the fact. They cannot win. They will be rattled by the power of incumbency. The incumbency will sell their vice president, and Buhari will go out and tell them, we are still there for you as the vice president. But if they face a northerner like them as a presidential candidate, it can tell them, this Buhari is the one that destroyed everything. Their party are the one that destroyed everything. They are the one that kick you out. They are the one that allowed this bandit to take taxes. They are the one that did it, and people can listen. So it is better. Our bread is better than none. So if an Igbo man is the vice president and Fulani man is the president, a Fulani man that is well known, that is known as a detribalized, is Atiku a tribalistic man? I don't think so. In their party, I don't think so.
But Adelekoko, can I say this to you? I understand all you said. Oh, I think most of us get it here. But we had a Fulani man have 8 years. Fulani are the minority in that country. The majority, Igbos, Yorubas, and maybe the Hausas. I mean, yeah, the Hausas. Let me say, not maybe, but Fulani are the if not the minority when it comes to these 3 major tribes or 4 major tribes. But we had 8 years of a Fulani man. Are we going to have another 8 years of Fulani man again?
What is the difference? What is the difference between Libya and Fulani and Hausa? What's the difference between them?
Sorry, Ajane Koko. Sorry, more to this question, Rational Mind. Are you saying tribe over competence? Is that your argument?
Thank you very much.
Tribe over competence.
It was a very good question.
Yeah.
In the situation Nigeria finds itself right now, because we had this man who has been there for 8 years.
Yeah.
We have the Marondin.
No,
Fulani.
go quickly to the question, just for time. Are you saying
That's
tribe over competence?
It's not just a quick answer to the question. I don't know. Maybe you just have to jettison it. Then maybe later I'll talk about it.
Because this fixation of a sovereign president is really something that we have to explore. We are all desirous of a southern president, but I think a desire that is greater than a southern president is a good president. You know. So we cannot have a rubbish southern president to jettison a good northern president, but we cannot have a northern president just for the sake of not holding on to power. So we have to calibrate what is best for the country and then insist then if we can produce that best and then insist on our sport. You know, they don't have anything in PDP. The best they have in PDP is from the north.
Yeah, I agree. Ajale Koko said. But my point is this, that the whole thing, that thing is skewed. The way that thing is skewed in that country, it favors the northerners. In the PDP, like we just made our analysis, the big weights, the heavyweights in PDP are northerners. Now, in the APC itself, the northerners are the heavyweights. Let's forget that this guy is there. They will push him aside very soon. You will see when he's going to down on him. What's going to happen?
Name the northerners, the northern heavyweights in APC.
The one that is currently right there, the
president, right? Malam Buhari, yes.
What's it called?
El Rufai.
El Rufai is there.
Right.
The chairman, interim chairman, so powerful. The guy is so powerful. Buni. Was it not you that we saw? I mean, on your platform here when he went to see Atiku. We don't know what is going on in that area. I don't know how long that photo is. I mean, that video is. Maybe it's a recent video, but I understand there's a permutation going on. There's something going on behind the scene that we understand. Tinubu will get a shock out of his life. Let them finish. Let them do this. Their convention. Tinubu is going to get a shock out of his life. You see, all this thing that is going on. If they ever make that mistake of fielding in a northerner, I tell you that will be the beginning of the end of Nigeria.
It will not. Nigeria,
it will. I tell you.
No, it will not.
Let's just leave it at that.
How will it be?
But woman, you are the only one saying this, because what Rational Mind started says that despite the fact that
we have antecedents in history.
Yeah,
Nigeria has gone through countless dark periods.
Yeah.
So this fielding a
What
northern.
level we are saying?
Other than.
Actually, higher than that. We've gone through higher level octane.
When was that? When was that?
We've been through a civil war. We've been through June 12th. We've been through
civil war by just one ethnic group.
Well, there you are. Sufficient enough to destabilize the country.
We have two major ethnic groups.
Yes.
So I mean, agitating for self-determination.
Who is agitating? Who is agitating?
The Yorubas are agitating.
When are the Yorubas agitating? Sunday Igboho.
You think they are not?
They are not.
I tell you, let them scheme.
Sunday Igboho and Professor Akitoye, they are not agitation. I've not heard a Yoruba man and Banji Pa Adebanjo.
Let
some octogenarians. I've not.
Woman, you're also agitating. You're also agitating because you want to go back to Nigeria.
Can you hold on?
Yes.
I've not heard a Yoruba agitation for secession. Certainly not Sunday Igboho is an agitation. That's not it. Professor Akitoye is not an agitation.
You have a way of, you have a way of making things.
Well, it is not, is it? Sunday Igboho an agitation.
hold on. Just let APC. Let APC do that mistake. Let APC do that mistake of not giving Tinubu that ticket.
Don't worry about it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. Okay.
One man.
Not a single thing.
One man. We are all agitated because we are tired in Europe and in America. We want to return back home. Baba Kure just came back, and then even was said that want to go back. Some people say that they are not going back. You know that things are not okay. This people have been dominating us. It is time for us to free ourselves from these colonial masters. That's what Rational Man is saying. Bye bye. I'm here.
Okay. Sorry for the target. Continue, please.
So what I'm saying here is that I want us to look at it this way. Tinubu with a vice president from the north. Atiku with an Igbo vice president. And we know that in the south, it's only Igbo that have not been at the position of president. So if PDP fielded an Igbo man as a presidential candidate, do you think that it can win?
That would determine on his vice president now. That would depend on his vice president. Whoever is chosen as a vice president, is he a strong person from the north? If, for example, if Rabi Kwankwaso,
that is
let me give you this permutation.
It's not going to resonate. It's number one.
Rabi Kwankwaso is a vice president to
they will fail woefully. They will fail. If Kwankwaso go and be vice president to who? To
that's what the problem is going to be.
What do you call this?
Wike, for example, let's say Wike, or maybe
Wike, or Pete,
former Senate president, Anyim.
Or Anyim, they will fail like we have never seen before. They will batter them. They will batter them. They will batter them like we have never seen before. Their result will be so poor that everybody malosuni. The result will be so poor that you will feel, what is this? We will just surrender straight to APC completely. But right now, Igbo man cannot win presidency. That is a fact, unless we want to deceive ourselves. There's no Igbo man that we want to present this time.
That is why,
considering what we are seeing that happened in the Igbo land, the propaganda they will spread against that man in the north will be so huge that, oh, these are the people trying to tear Nigeria apart. We cannot tell, and it will resonate with the northerner. They will vote against that Igbo man. But if Igbo man is the number 2 vice president to a very strong candidate, a northern candidate, it will rise on the back of that person to the...
Is this a panacea? Is this a panacea to the problem in that country?
What do you say?
Having another northerner being the president, is it a panacea to that problem of that country right now?
No, I'm talking on the... No. I'm talking on... Hold on. I'm talking about PDP chance. We cannot let this APC win. They must not win. They have destroyed our country.
So we should accept the lesser evil. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. They cannot win. I mean, we must not allow APC to win.
Sorry, who wanted to interject?
Oh, Ajale Coco, when we tell you AAC cannot win, you argue with us. But you're saying PDP will not win. APC will win. When we tell you Showore's party has no chances.
No. Well, it's you people that are not backing him. So what am I going to do? All of you are not backing. All of you that are supposed to back Showore are not backing. Am I the only one that can take him to victory? No. You people doesn't want to back him. The yam-head youth in Nigeria, they don't want to come out and vote and fight for their future. Let us base our discussion on APC and PDP. We live in a country here. Do we think that if one of the parties in US or in Britain
have managed this country the way APC has managed Nigeria, do you think American will vote for that party again? Or do you think the British will vote for that party again? No. There's nobody that you're going to bring out in that person, no matter how highly credible that person is as the presidential candidate, or the presidential candidate or prime ministership, they're not going to vote for them because they have failed the country. Governance is not by one man, it's by a group of people. Their party promise what they got to do when they get to government, but when they got there, they fail us. Why do you want to look at Tinubu that, oh, because it's a Yoruba man or this, we have to vote for him? It's nonsensical if we have to think like that. They cannot help. We have to look for alternative this time and get these people out of power. So, but the permutation, according to me, I mean, by the way I'm looking at it, is that for Igbo to be president in that country, Igbo have to go alongside as the vice president to a strong northerner, possibly Atiku. A vice president, and that's
promising one time. He's promising one time. After one time, he will leave.
So yes, if you say
is Atiku better than Tinubu?
Tinubu
is better. Tinubu is better than Atiku.
So yeah, if he promised one time and he kept to that, fine. But let's look at it at most.
It's not going to serve one time.
Okay, let's look at it that at most. Okay, let's look at it that at most is going to be there for 8 years. So 8 years of patience by Igbo can take them to presidency.
And it will never happen.
Hold on, man. Hold on, one man. I mean, rational man. While they are at the position of vice president, if anything happened to the president, like death or incapable to manage that position, they will automatically assume that position of presidency. But if you say you want to go and vote for APC, Igbo will never become president in that country until maybe 16 years, if it is even guaranteed, which I believe is not even guaranteed, because what do you call this guy? Tinubu will serve 8 years, and the power will go to the north. The northerner will serve another 8 years, 16 years. And maybe when it's coming back to the south, Yoruba will say, it's our turn again. So what is going to happen to Igbo? Their political interest will be diminished. Their political strength will be rattled, and they won't have the strength. They won't have that. They won't have that. Their political instead won't be able. They won't be able to position themselves and be very competitive with other parts of the country when it comes to presidency. So, to me, in the best interest, a strategic decision to make for an Igbo presidency is to serve as the prime president this time around and use that position to position themselves and work with other parts of Nigeria for that 8 years that they're going to serve as vice president, to meet with people, to know people, and then they can, be better position for the presidency in 8 years. That is the only way out. That's the way I see it.
Can I say something to you?
Yes.
Do you know that thing, that this what you just said is flawed in some ways?
Tell me.
Yeah, because you said if Atiku stays for maybe one or two terms, and whoever becomes his vice president, who's an Igbo person, what you should understand is that the Nigerian political climate,
power will shift to the south. Power will shift to the south after.
Forget it. It's not set in stone. You see, the way Nigeria is, that country, the way they manipulate the political
PDP,
setting.
let me tell you, hold on, Ratanama, PDP have it in their constitution, power rotation. So they will comply.
But they are looking to jettison that now.
No, for the moment, so that they can clinch the presidency.
So
Igbo man cannot win president this time. Igbo man cannot win presidency this time. That's the truth.
I understand that. I think most of us understand that. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: that what is the guarantee that even if being a vice president, after maybe in 2020, 2030 something, it's not a turn of another Southerner. Or what's the guarantee that they will have it?
Okay, let's leave after 2023 to one side for a moment, and let's speak to 2023 and the reality that is being presented by Janle Koko. So what Ajande Koko is saying, and please correct me if I'm misquoting you, what Ajande Koko is saying is that the best chance that PDP has to seize power from APC is to cede that ticket to the North. One, because I have the argument that the Northerners have the best talent in PDP. Ajande Koko might not necessarily agree with that, but what he's saying more importantly is that they have to present a northern face to counter the northern narrative of APC in order to defeat it, because the country will be more sympathetic to PDP. But then with the northern candidates, they can cut into the inroad of APC. The hold of APC to the north is essentially the mystique of Buhari. So if Buhari is not on the ticket, which he will not be in 2023, that mystique is somewhat diminished. And that opens that space for a strong name northerner to cut it through with the backing that the South will give PDP traditionally in order to wrestle power from APC. I think that is what Ajande Koko is saying, unless I'm misquoting you.
You got it right, one man. That's my position. That's my position.
Do you disagree with that, Rational Mind?
No, I mean, I get his point. Totally, I get it. I mean, it's.
But you just want South at all costs, Abi. Look at that.
But what would that bring to us?
Hold on, Tony. Tribe over competence, Abi.
No, that's not what it is. I'm not talking about we should just take any Southerner. Don't get me wrong. You see, my point is this: if that country before 2023, if they don't sit down and restructure that country, this is how we'll be going. Because the way they've designed
are you pivoting? You're pivoting to restructuring now because you cannot counter that. You can't counter that position.
Because the way the country is structured right now, you have to always align with the North. The North will always call the shots. If they do not call the shot, they determine everything. And almost 90% of the resources of our country is from the South. Why can't the Southern leaders, why can't they wake up and team up together? I tell you, if Tinubu lose that ticket, that will be the beginning for a lot of things to come in that country.
They will do away with him. That's what they would do.
Well, they might do away with him, maybe that. But that would open up more agitations. So I think it's the best interest of
Tinubu is not a popular figure in the South. Is Tinubu a popular figure in Yoruba land?
He's a popular figure in Yoruba land, yes.
Who told you that? Where?
He is popular in a sense in a political setting. But more,
yes,
when we talk about
the political setting are fair weather friends, they will go with whatever serves them the most. They're only following Tinubu now because it looms large over them.
Of course. But like you said, let them just make that mistake of not giving him that ticket or any of his boys or whoever
will happen.
They will
puff and puff.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry, let's hear from Engineer and then Black League. Engineer first.
Yeah, thank you. Rational Mind. Something you need to understand here, right? The Northerners, they have been into politics for that long. They know how to play what they call politics when it comes to the issue of politics. But you see, today we are seeing as if Tinubu is one of the main man, blah, 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 blah. Something you need to realize again. For someone to win election in that country, there are states you have to visit. There are Onis and there are sultans that you need to go and visit them and, have a chat with them, all this blessing of a thing. You understand? Which right now, I didn't see Tinubu doing it. Because if Tinubu is coming out, remember, he has to go through all this southeast, south. You understand? But as it stands, so what do you think Tinubu will do? Tinubu is just coming out. Yeah, he's saying, like I said this yesterday, we have people that endorse him. People who endorse him are the people that he helped. So there's nothing they can do rather than, okay, let's let's put hand into this, our godfather. But when it comes to reality, the same people who endorse him, they will run away. You understand? So in terms of Tinubu, I don't see that guy winning that seat. I'm telling you now, because inside APC, the same APC will clash. They will bring another people from APC to run for the race. So those are the things.
I'm not even particular about
clearly.
But I'm just saying, what I'm just saying is, the two parties should zone everything to the south. They should decide that this is what they want to do. South, let them slug it out between themselves. Igbo versus Yoruba, Yoruba versus Yoruba, whatever it is. Let them slug it out among themselves. But that they want to include the Northerners now because they feel they can, because they have the control of some part of the parties, the two major parties. That is where the problem is. That is where they need to restructure that country, whereby in the future we can have a Yoruba vice president and an Igbo president, or a Yoruba president, an Igbo vice president, or a Northerner president, a Yoruba vice, like that. It mustn't be like, oh, you must have to have a Northerner as the vice president or as the president. Because that thing, it is the problem of that country. That is what that problem is with that country.
Rational mind. It's not the problem. The Hausas, they have been into politics for long.
Forget that thing about being in politics or not being in politics.
They know how to play it.
That is the only way that country can move forward.
Yeah, but the Hausas know how to play it.
I don't even mind two Northerners being the president and vice president. But if that country is restructured in whereby they will not have absolute power of determining like what we have right now, whereby everything is on the exclusive list, whereby if Buhari does not come in,
all right, that's a constitutional matter. Let's hear from Black League. But before we hear from Black League, let me just highlight, if you look at your screen, 135 people voting, thank you, but 37 thumbs up. You know we're pushing aggressively for the thumbs up, so if you haven't done it, just do it, because it jars the senses somewhat. So if you can just help us out and thumb it up, so that then we are all happy and then we can progress. So just thumb it up, please. So a Black League, you wanted to put a position.
Yes, I just.
Black League wanted to put a position, and then we come to you. Was that Meadowman? So Black League, then Meadowman.
Yeah, I just wanted to pose a question out there. If a northern president, let's say a northern president will be more, let's say we know for sure that the northern president, and we have a candidate, will be more beneficial to the south than the southern president, should we still go for a southern president?
No, that can never be. That can never be. There can never be a northern president that will be good for us.
That's a good question, Blackley. Now, going back to what
because we've had it in the past with President Yar'Adua, God rest his soul. With the short time he had, we saw how he was able to quell the problem in the Niger Delta region. How he, pushed for the amnesty program and all that. And we've seen a situation now where the Biafrans have been agitating, they've been agitation everywhere, and the government just seems not to even bother about it. So we've seen it in the past with a northern president in Yar'Adua.
Can I answer your question, Black League? Now, the thing is this. I won't even mind another.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Can you let Meadowman answer that? Because I think he wanted to come in. So, Meadowman, can you address the poser that's been put forth by Black League?
Yeah, that's like I said, that's a good question, Black League. And can you hear me?
Go on.
Your voice is so faint. Your voice is so faint.
Can you be more audible, please?
Okay. Let me check. What about now?
More louder, please.
Still.
Okay, you know what? You guys go on. Let me just.
No, we can hear you now. Go on. Go on. I think we can hear you now. You're speaking right now. We can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I heard Ajanle Koko, and what he was saying makes sense. And I also heard, I think it's Rational Mind. What Rational Mind was saying also makes sense. Now, the problem there is that what I see from what Rational Mind is saying is that the best for the country, I mean the mood the country is in right now, would be two Southerners slugging it out, and the Northerners just watch and participate in the process. So that will pacify so many things in the country. Now, the question of that Black League put out there is also valid. It is possible that a Northerner can come, and because all these problems we have, the perception we have, this tribal politics we have all gone back to, has to do with the present administration. So if we have a Northerner that can, change that perception, that would be good. But the problem is, how do you this is the question now to Black League. How do you convince most Southerners that this Northerner will not be like the present administration right now?
Black League.
Because I believe
the question. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I go on? It's fine. Can I just interject?
Go on. I think most of us
are okay. Okay. So, what I would like to say in this case is now, you see, all of us are just making our permutations, and nobody has ever envisaged if Nigeria will be there till 2023 because of what is happening around the West African sub-region as we speak. You see, when we propose, we have to at least, look at the future too and the happenings within the African sub-region as we speak. For me, I will always go for Biafra. That is where my heart is. And if Tinubu is going to stand for the presidential ticket, I would like PDP to zone it to the north as well. Probably Atiku will pick an Igbo extraction from southeast. And that will give Tinubu a very hard fight, if at all he is going to win. Because when they say zoning, the zone, the Southwest has been there for 8 years. And they are, as we speak, enjoying the VIP status. The South-South has gone there for 6 years. The only southern region that has never been there is Southeast. Does it make sense? If they are zoning it now, does it make sense for Southwest or South-South to compete with Southeast?
Forget that, Tony. You heard that Janle Koko. The Southeast are not in play. They are not in play now.
That's not Tony. That's not Tony. That's not Tony.
No, Vin, the Southeast are not in play.
Of course. You see, if PDP will zone because of what is happening now, this is politics. If PDP will zone their presidential ticket to North, definitely somebody from South, or let's say from Southeast or South-South, may be the vice president.
Yeah, no, they can have that. Yeah, they can have that.
You see, so this is going to bring in a very strong challenge for whosoever that is going to challenge the PDP in the South. So that is what I am saying. And for me, I would like them to go through that particular process and see what will happen. You see, like Ajali Koko said, the Igbo extraction would like to go to follow, a PDP, or if it is Atiku. And if it is Atiku that is standing, and I have the privilege to vote, I will vote Atiku. Because, you see, everybody would like to pitch his or her tent where it favors him or her. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vin.
Vin.
Yeah, go on, Madam. Yeah, we can hear you now. So carry on.
Yes.
I think you wanted to make a point. Yeah.
I was going to ask you. Yeah, I was going to ask Vin, what if zoning to the southeast means losing the election? I mean, because this is a political
that is what it will mean. Zoning to
the
the southeast will mean losing the election. So that means they are deliberately setting out to lose.
But anyway, you see, in election, you never can tell what will happen. It's when the process
you can't somewhat. You know,
you see, if somebody
largely they follow a tradition. They usually there are exceptions, but traditionally they follow it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that would happen. I was going to conclude by saying, what if you had an option? Okay, Southeast getting the ticket and losing the election, or a Northerner getting the ticket with a Southeastern person as the vice president and wins the election. Which would you prefer?
I would prefer
having the better chance of winning.
A Southeast being the VIP. I would prefer that.
And by the way, I think that the two candidates from both parties would be from the north. That is my speculation.
And that will be the beginning of the end for Nigeria.
And that will spell doom. That will spell doom for that country.
Yeah, because of the mood of the country, right?
Gentlemen, let me tell you this. In APC, if the primary is free and fair, the Congress, if their Congress to choose their presidential nominee is free and fair, and they beat Tinubu out, nothing is going to happen. It can't cry foul play. But if they rig him out, and it's clear they rigged him out, that is going to be the end of APC. Not that, but because the Yoruba,
if it's free and fair,
if it's free and fair, if it's free,
you still guys foul.
Can they ever have a free and fair election in that APC? Can they ever have it?
Well, the Buhari Congress now was free and fair.
Which one?
The one that nominated Buhari. No. Hold on. I'm talking about the Congress that nominated Buhari as the presidential candidate.
2015? It was a consensus.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Which of them are you talking about? Are you saying the one in 2015 or which one?
No, the one in 2015, that's what he's talking about. The consensus. It was a consensus.
What consensus?
Wait.
They agreed. It was a consensus that brought Buhari in.
Yeah, it was a consensus. They went to the Congress and voted for him to validate it.
So who was behind it? Who was behind it? Who was behind it?
Yeah, Tinubu.
He bought everybody. I live in the stadium there. I was during that time. I was there.
Yeah.
So I know what happened.
They held it, but I'm just trying to make a point that at least it was free and fair. You have said which one have they held before that was free and fair? And I'm trying to counter you to say, well, they held the one we saw that was free and fair. And they can still do it free and fair.
But Angelico, consensus, is it free and fair?
Is what maybe you can say free but not fair. Because this man, what's his name? Ojuyobo bought all the candidates for what's his name? For Buhari.
And that is the nature of it.
Kwakwaso lost. This guy lost from Imo State. What's his name? Former Imo State governor. That is now
Rotas.
He lost.
Yeah, Rotas lost.
You know that Kwakwaso disputed that result.
Mr. Vin have just confirmed what Wama have been saying. That Mr. Vin, you know, I'll be following you before I will join this forum. This platform, I'll be following you. You know how you analyze, very good man. But Mr. Woman has always been suspected something that the rift between the Yorubas and the Igbos can't be settled. Then I'll be pleading for us to build bridges, etc., etc. But what you just said tonight, I've just confirmed what I've been seeing on the streets of Germany. Because when you tell when you tell an Igbo man that you are a Nigerian and then you come from Bende State, they will say you are a Yoruba. They will just and then now they will say that the Hausa people are better for them than we, and that's exactly what you just confirmed now. That you prefer an Hausa man to rule over us than your brother, your cousin. It's very
Tony, you are getting it wrong.
No, Tony, listen.
No, I didn't get it wrong.
Tony, listen to me. Tony,
Yes,
Tony, listen. One man, please give me just few seconds to straighten this thing out. Tony, listen to me.
Okay, sir.
You see, what I'm saying is this. If you look at it, let's start. You cannot count 1. You can't count 10 without counting 1. You must count 1 first before you count 2. A Yoruba man has been there 1999 till I think 8 years. Nobody questioned that.
A Yoruba man with Igbo father.
Okay. Let me answer him. Let me answer him.
That's why I'm coming. Listen, I'm coming, bro. You see,
okay.
You see, for me, you see, where I served before, I served with so many people from different ethnic groups, and I know how I work with them very nicely, and we moved on very well. You see, one of them is from Ado Ekiti right now. He's an officer. He was working under me as a Batman.
Sorry, to Tony's point.
Okay,
yeah.
You see, so I wanted to elaborate to show him because he is trying to tell me that I am trying to bring in ethnic bigotry in here, and that is not my own issue. That is not what I am here for. Look,
can I come in now? Just very briefly. Very briefly.
I'm not done.
I don't know where this conversation is going. I'm not off track.
You see, for me, Tony. The fact is that understand me very well. The fact is this. What I said is this. If I think I asked this question yesterday before my battery runs down. If the Yoruba man has ruled for 8 years, and today a Yoruba man also is the VIP, and before then a South man has been there for 6 years. If they throw that same presidential ticket down to South, Tony, with all due respect, where will you want that presidential ticket to go to?
Okay, can I answer it now? So meanwhile, presidential position is not the most important position. While Obasanjo was there, I will name he empowered the Igbo people. You saw me, and then while Jonathan was there, he empowered the Igbo people more than the Yorubas or the Benis or whoever, the Edos. Okay, the Edos, whether including Joe, Urobo, whatever. But for you to be saying that you prefer us to lose that seat.
No, you're not answering my question.
So sorry, guys. We must get back on track.
Okay, you leave it. Tony,
because you are just going to take us down.
Let's go on.
Let us come together. Let us come together and work together, and then build bridges, please, sir. Southern Nigeria. Okay, thank you.
All right, because yes, thank you for that. So let me take you back on track. Ajale Kuku, I'm still with you. It's just so many things to go through. Okay, so you've spoken about Atiku, but this one interesting now, Ekiti politics. Ex-governor Segun Oni, remember we touched on him just a few days ago. So he now, he was, remember when Thomas brought us that clip when Fayose was sitting down and they were all doing the dobale as they were voting his man in. And I was saying that their most powerful weapon is Segun Oni, and they jettisoned him for an unknown. So Segun Oni now leaves PDP, but he still wants to contest, and all the indications are that Segun Oni of Ekiti State is going to join the APGA party. What are you making of that? What are you making of that?
I think it's I think Segun Oni is becoming a very unstable politician. What do I mean by that? When they finished that primary, he congratulated the team of people that he congratulated the person that won the primary. It was on the second day he went to the press and said, I no agree again. No. So why should a person of his own caliber is not stable? Why can't he take a position? But one thing about politicians is this. There's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. He, in PDP now, in Ekiti, he is not a match to, what do you call this guy? Fayose. Fayose is the one that is controlling the structure of PDP in Ekiti. And that is why he won that election, that, Congress. Because the way they did it is this. There is no way Oni will have won anyway if they have to repeat that Congress another 100 times. Fayose will still beat him. Because the delegates of that, to the Congress are in two groups. There are one that are automatic delegates. There are some that are automatic delegates. And those that are automatic delegates are the chairman, the officers at the ward level, the officers at the local government level, and the officers at the state level. And all of these people, majority of these people are Fayose men. Because when Fayose was governor, he has planted these people across the state. He controlled the structure of the party. It was his men that dominated the structure of the party from the ward to the state level. Even the person that he sponsored as the governorship candidate was, he was the chairman of the party at the state, and is Fayose's man. So those group of people are overwhelmingly, let me say 80% or 90% Fayose's men. Or let's say 70% Fayose men. Don't let them give him everything, because the other half, they are people too, like Oni and some other. Let's say 70% Fayose men. That is the automatic delegate. And then the statutory delegates, those are the ones that are people that are in government, like the senator or councillor or the chairman, those that are serving in the government. How many are those ones? There are few. So Fayose won clean and clear. So Anoni knows that.
No, for Fayose strong-armed the delegates. We saw the video clip now. He was sat right at the forefront of the voting system, and one by one they were coming to prostrate to him and show him. Thomas brought us that was not democracy. What we saw, that was a lord of the manor. That was a lord of the manor.
What was he doing?
He was roaming loud over them and intimidating them to his will.
It was not those people that you see that are coming to Fayose, handing over their proof to show that they voted, and Fayose
as instructed.
Fayose camp people to show that yes, you actually vote, to verify with their calculation how many votes
when you are going into such battle, they have their delegate. They know exact number of delegates they are taking to the venue, and they have to verify that at the end of the day to show that yes, we took 20 delegates there, and all of them voted for us. They have to verify it and to know who joined to, because sometimes the other camp can buy them. They can buy them. And how would they verify that you actually voted for us? You understand? Because the vote is in secret, you go and vote secretly, but how do you show to us that you actually vote? They must have devised a means to show that, yes, I voted. And that was what Fayose was trying to confirm when he was checking or taking their stuff. So he organized himself well for the Congress. He took his men there and they won. So Oni knows, but politicians being what they are, they will never accept defeat, particularly when they know that their political relevance is going down the drain. That, oh, look, this time, this might possibly be the end of my political relevance. So what do they do? It is either they carry out, what do you call it, anti-party vote against the party candidate, or they move to another party to go and seek for nomination in another party rather. So what Oni is doing here is just showing that is very unstable politically. His political relevance look like it's being killed by Fayose, and for him to still show his face up to the people of Ekiti or show that is relevant is to move to another party. So that is what he's trying to do. That cannot guarantee him victory. It cannot guarantee him victory.
What are you making of the speculation of APGA of all parties? He wants to move to APGA. This is what the headline was telling us.
Well, when we look at the party in Nigeria now, APGA is the third largest party in Nigeria. So that might be the reason why he moved to APGA, because APC, PDP, those are the two largest.
Is APGA not just a single story party? Is it not just a single story?
They have candidates, they have people that won election in the north, in some part of the north. Yeah. They have candidates just like Oni that move us from APC. They went to APGA to secure nomination and they won election. There are not many, but they are like that in some places in the north. And I think they have in the middle belt too, or something like that. They are not just many. They don't have what we have in Nigeria, they are the third largest party. So it might be the reason why they say, okay, let me go to APGA. And, at least they have one governor and they have some people in House of Rep and some places in some state. So they can still present themselves as a national party as well, and not that two local party. That might be the reason why he moved to APGA. But, it cannot help him. He cannot win election in Ekiti State. That is further going to worsen his case. But
he must be built. He must have confidence in something to be so confident that his name must be on the ballot ticket. So he must, because if he had lost in the PDP and he thought that his chances with the people are not that much, he would have just negotiated a financial payoff. That is what they usually do. When they lose space, they will go to court, they make a lot of noise, then they'll settle them financially, and then they'll just fade away. But he left the party, and he says he's going to appear. They doesn't know the platform, but he's going to be on that ballot come that day in 2022. So he must be predicating that confidence on something. And he is of the view that SEGUN, is the will of the people.
Let me tell you this. He might be playing some kind of game too. That's to
shake PDP to, like what you are saying, that maybe financial compensation. So if he make an attempt that is joining another party, that means that PDP is breaking apart in the state, because whether you like it or not, he's strong in some electoral district in Ekiti. And if those one, him and his supporter, if they move away, move out of PDP, it's going to affect PDP. PDP might not win the next governorship election. PDP might not win. So it is either he's trying to shake them so that they can invite him and settle him and his group for something, or maybe he has decided completely that, okay, Fayose think that he can use his power in the party to suppress my own interests. Okay, I will go on and then make sure that we all fail. If we all fail and nobody get to the position of government, then we will come back to square one, and APC will win. So, and look, politicians, like I said earlier, all they think about is their own interests. Interest alone, no permanent enemy, no permanent friend, but permanent interest. And once their interest is strengthened, they can do everything, anything whatsoever to protect that interest. They don't mind to destroy the party they are in an effort for their party not to win in an election, so that the candidate of their party will not, will not have that overwhelming power over them. So that's the way they do. So let's wait and see. It's going to be interesting. Maybe that person that is sending out that message, they are just trying to trigger some, just to trigger something. And
you think it's a political move?
Yeah, just a political move to trigger something and not to actually move to APGA. So, but we wait and see.
Well, I would rather love it though for SEGUN need to go to APGA just for the novelty of it. That would be quite an interesting.
He can't win. He can't win. He can't win. That
can you imagine if SEGUN moves to APGA and then they win Ekiti election? And APGA now becomes part of the Biafra movement. What on inauguration day, what will he be singing? Holy, holy. Is it holy, holy? Look at that. APGA. Oh my God. You see, Yoruba land, is this not Malu brother? You want to join APGA? You are an Ekiti man. Unbelievable. All right, like Ajale Koko, for reasons of time, let me go on to Baba Akure and sound his opinions on a different talking point. Baba Akure, are you there? Baba?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, brilliant. So good of you to say, Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, I used the analogy of kicking the can down the road. So you see a can on the street, you can't be bothered to pick it up. So you kick it down the road and you keep on walking. And then when you come up to it, you make that decision again. Should I pick this can up? Then you kick it down the road again. That is the narrative. That is the analogy for the insurgency space within the Nigerian space. They are not doing anything about it, but every so often they will come into the news and tell us that, yes, they have done this, that, and the other. They have a list of names. They've had a list of names since 2015. But we have not, in one instance, seen anybody paraded publicly. This is a crime that is being committed daily in open glare. They are not even hiding to commit this crime, and not in one instance have we ever seen one person presented nationally to say this is a big fish, billions of dollars devoted to the space, of course, but absolutely categorically no result. But every so often they will tell us that they've gone to bomb some place, kicking the can down the road, and then a few months later they will tell us that they have a list of names and they kick the can down the road again. Afedifere, they are fed up, Baba Akure, and this is what they are saying. He says, take prompt action against identified terrorist sponsors. So this is Afenifere speaking, Pa Adebanjo, of course, that we were tired of all this narrative, lamentation of Sodom and storytelling. Present somebody in court, let the judge throw the book at him, show us some cachet of weaponries that you've seized, and let us see something tangible. Stop the noise, deal with 96 identified terrorists, Afenifere tells federal government. So Pade Banjo replies, Lai Mohammed, Babakure, what says you?
Thank you very much, woman, and good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. And to my friend engineer, he said, he said I kept quiet. Since I came from Nigeria, it is because I don't want to go to Nigeria again, and they hold me up at the airports. Anyway, I'm not going to be tribalistic here. We all know where the issue of insurgency started, and we also know where it is very rampant, which is not a part of Nigeria. And we also know those who are in power, who dominate the corridor of power. And we also know those who are the security architect of Nigeria. So now, for Lai Mohammed to come out that they have some people and they will do this, they will do that, like Yoruba cultural group said. Even me, I as a person, I'm very fed up about the story. They're just giving us story every single time. And the last time they told us that they arrested, I think 200 or 400. I think it was 200. Out of that 200, you cannot see anybody from the southern part of Nigeria among them. The Beirut change, those people sponsor the terrorists, the cook and everybody. You cannot see somebody that's from the southern part of Nigeria out of it. So if you look at what is going on, I can tell you that nothing is going to happen. This is the same story we are going to be hearing until when these people leave power. So if you expect that okay, they are going to prosecute somebody and somebody will go to jail and all kind of thing, just forget about it. Nothing, absolutely nothing is going to happen because they are in the power and they also control the security architect of Nigeria. And as we all know, if you remember, I think it was last week, Babangida Aliyu did mention that northern part of Nigeria, the sponsor Boko Haram, something like that nature, that they won't allow insurgency to be eradicated. And so we'll be hearing a lot of story about this issue of insurgency. This issue of Boko Haram is swap that some people are using to make money in the northern part of Nigeria. So if you are expecting anything or expecting somebody will go to jail, just forget about it, woman. Nothing is going to happen. So it is too long. We have been hearing this for too long.
But so, how is that possible, though, Babakure? Just yesterday, we were talking about the Senate alarming that anytime you come to us for money, we quickly approve it. They were quoting figures, 1 trillion in the budget, that is in excess of $1 billion. Then they come with a supplementary of another 600 billion, and all of this devoted to that insecurity space. And as we are both all, in fact, not both of us, but the universality of the entirety of the Nigerian space, we have not seen one person of significance of all these tens of billions of dollars. So and these people, they commit this, they don't hide to commit the crime. So what is going on?
We can turn
and then they come and tell us that they have names. Are you a teacher? Are you marking attendance?
We can tie it with three components. I would say number one, almost half of the money or 80% of that money was stolen, taken away by those people who approve it too. So then we will say part of it were used to pay ransom. So we cannot really say that okay, they really use this money to buy weaponry to fight Boko Haram. I'm not going to agree with that, because if you remember, last year alone we know how many billions of naira they spent. We can hear okay, 60 million is gone today. They kidnap some school children. It is very funny that even every single day they kidnap children.
So how come no arrests have been made? Because like you said, every single day, you cannot kidnap 30, 40 students and just carry them in your pocket now. They will carry them through space to carry them to a hideout. So these crimes are being committed in open glare.
Exactly.
But remember, how is that possible now?
Many politicians from the northern part of Nigeria already testified to this, that it is business. So we saw Gumi went all over to the bush and have and romance them. What happened? Nothing. So the money you're talking about is being used to pay ransom, and some people stole some of the money. So that's where the money went to. So that is it.
All right,
but nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen.
That is the sad truth, isn't it?
Until when these people leave the power, nothing is going to happen. If they continue like this, if they continue ruling Nigeria like this, nothing is going to happen. You will just hear those names. They will have it in the record. Even they will tear even the record. Just wait. When the time comes, you will see that one department is burned down, where they kept the name of those people that.
Do you know, in that press conference, Lai Mohammed was telling us that they recovered 700 billion naira. Mm-hmm. So you recovered 700 billion naira. Mm-hmm. That is nearly $1 billion. Mm-hmm. But then in the same breath, you are telling us you are borrowing $250,000.
Yeah,
from the European Union. So why don't you just use the money you recovered to do whatever it is that you are claiming you want to do?
You see, one man, the major problem we are having is corruption, which we all know about. We'll be talking about this for a very long time. Where they can claim they have 900 billion naira, but that 900 billion naira, before they announce it, right? 800 billion already gone. They already share it, and most of this money we run lavish
governance system,
political system. So the money they're borrowing is not really for development. It is to pay politicians, because the money they're having is not enough. Imagine a governor is getting maybe a 20 million naira security vote every single month. So if you calculate it in 36 states, so just imagine that. So how do you?
Sorry, Baba Kure, it's 900 million every month.
Where
900 million.
It doesn't really matter either 900 million or 20 million, but 20 million is still a lot of money. Multiply by 36. It is not them paying police anyway. That one is just to mobilize security. Maybe they have a special assignment to undertake. So if you multiply by 36, you know how much that is. This is where this money going to. That is why we lack infrastructure. That is why you see no employment. Where you see 7 years old now talking about how they want to travel from Delta State to Lagos State to go and do yahoo. So that is what you get when corruption rips the whole country, and the money that is meant for betterment of people is being siphoned by some clique, and they claim to you that they have 900 billion, they recovered 900 billion. Meanwhile, 800 billion already gone. Do
you get the sense, or is this me being precious, or is that just it's almost like a feeling that it's almost like this guy is mocking us?
You see, one man,
it's almost like he's mocking us now. Every so often they will come and tell us that you see what is going on here. They have names. Are you a teacher taking attendance? You have names.
You see what is going on, right? One man. That is what I'm going to use to tie with what is going on in other African countries where military took over the power. Though that is what military always say. They will say, oh well, even when Aguiyi Ironsi, Murtala Mohammed, and this is the same boo-boo. They always claim it is corruption. That is why they took over the power from politician. And that is what is going on right now. It is shameful that the so-called ECOWAS and is it AU or OAU? It used to be OAU. So AU now. It is very shameful that they cannot even call their counterpart to order, because they are all bed of the same feather. They stole money. They stayed in the power for a very long time. They don't want to leave power, so they will support one another. So that is why you see all this military coup that is taking over the Africa country now. And I bet it with you, before the end of the year, you will see what will happen. It might not happen in Nigeria, but you will still see what will happen. And that is what is going to happen until when Africa get themselves together.
Would that day ever come for Africa to get itself together?
Well, that is a very big question, one man. Because it is not the issue of Africa is not the issue of the issue we are talking about is not Africa alone. It is basically meant by black. I'm very sorry, I'm a black man. It is just the black has that mentality.
Yes.
If you go to Caribbean will be telling you, some of Caribbean will be telling you that they are not from Africa. So if you
can I interject?
Yeah, coming UK. Where have you been?
Yeah, hello everyone, man. It has been a very rough year.
Making all those billions, eh? What do you mean rough year? Was it not you that we saw looking rosy cheeked, some
making the money now, but at the same time, things are coming to people who in US can testify what is going on, but at the same time, life goes on though. Well, I want to greet everyone on the platform. Happy New Year, everyone. I haven't been showing due to so many things I've been doing, and because I'm even planning
you too.
Yeah, I'm even planning to see if I will enter Nigeria to do one or two things, but I pray
UK.
Yeah. So what I want to say is that this corruption issue, well, back to what I was just listening to what you are saying in terms of leadership. Leadership as a black people is very difficult. Even at work, sometimes I don't even want to mess with our black people because they won't do things in a proper way. They want to take short corner. And those short corner, that's the thing that is causing problem to us as a black people. But I don't think, see this end of this world, I don't think black people can rule the world. That's what I want to say in this platform, because black people don't have that spirit.
So Barack Obama was a China man. Was Barack Obama a China man?
No, the mother was a white woman. That's why.
I'm talking about one.
Barack Obama is from Kenya, not only black, African. What are you talking about?
I know, but it's a white woman, white blood mixed up. Just like the Arabs, they are better than us.
When I'm saying that,
no, they are better than you. Nobody is better than me. I'm an Oyo man. Speak for yourself.
We are mockings. We are mockings.
No. Speak for yourself, man. No, you can't.
Are you not part of me? I'm part of you.
I'm not part of you. I'm
not a monkey.
One man. No.
So you can just came now to confirm what I've been saying, that even Nnamdi Kanu was too nice for us when he said so. Do is better, well organized.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's hear from UK. Yeah.
So one man, what I'm trying to say is that I and my wife, we were discussing it this morning. Do you know that when we go to go and drop my son at the school, you see a principal, the principal of that school, doing traffic, commanding traffic, organizing things. Do you think in Nigeria such a thing will happen? Or do you think if you go to anywhere black people are doing such a thing will happen? Can you answer me that question?
Well, no. It can happen because I live in a black country, to be specifically in Antigua and Barbuda, I lived there quite a while, though they always, I mean, inculcate Western culture. They are, in fact, 98% of them, or let me just say 90% of them are black. So you can see some people from Canada, from UK, from Syrian and have business there, but they are predominantly black. They organize things like the way Western world, white people organize themselves. So don't say that, okay, black people cannot do that. But my problem is that some of these small countries, not the elderly people among them, some of the new generation, they believe that, oh, they are not from Africa. That is my take. That's why I mentioned that.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, Baba Kure?
Yeah, I think because they were not properly informed, and you know, when they are more or less westernized, like behaving like Westerner.
Do you think it's to do with the narrative that they hear about Africa? They have a black skin, and everybody knows. Sorry, Tony, don't do that. They have a black skin, and everybody knows where the black skin does not come from anywhere else in the world,
except
other
Africa.
than one part. So they know, but they want to deny it. So why do you think that is?
Yeah, because like you just mentioned something there, right? Like, is it because what they hear? I can testify to that. Okay, like 98% or to 99%, that is the reason why they are not associating themselves with Africa.
Because what they hear is that they are backward, they are primitive,
exactly.
They cannot function in any way.
Exactly.
And there is nothing that argues against that, because we come here every day and say we are backward, we are primitive, and cannot function.
Because when you see a small country like that having generation of power 24/7 with generator, you know, when I mentioned that on this platform, I think you won't mind. You are somehow skeptical that is that possible.
Yes,
I am telling you, because I lived there for good 10 years, and that was what we were using, and that is what they still using now. And there are 100,000 people. They have factory, they have everything that is consuming electricity there, and they are using generator to power the whole country up to the way we're talking right now. So you can see that they are well organized. So when you're talking about Nigeria, where you have one light today, I mean, you have light today, and maybe in the next 1 week you don't even have it again. And I'm not going to say there is corruption, but it is minimal. And as a matter of fact, there is no country in the whole world that is free from corruption. That is the fact. But it's just that Nigeria own, when you give our politician 100 million to spend on citizens, they will take 99 million out of that money. They share it among themselves. Even the remaining 1 million, they will still leak it. They will still leak that 1 million that is left back for everybody. So these are the difference between these countries.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So, Baba Akure, this is an interesting one. Rational Mind is agitating for a southern president. Yeah, go on now. You okay?
Yeah, Baba Akure, what you say is absolutely correct. But the only problem we're having in Nigeria, we don't have love for that nation. Because if we have love for that nation, let's say if they give them $50 to do something, at least if you have a love, you can say, okay, let me give 25 to the country, you know, or even 30. Then let me keep 20. Because if you go to other clients, I mean, as you said, there's no country that is free from corruption. But just that most of their places, they have
Why do you think that is, UK, that you said people don't have love for Nigeria? Why do you think that is?
Because if the reason why I said they don't have love for the country is because I think, one, that ethnicity is a problem.
Yes. So do you think people have a sense of ownership of that country? Do you feel that they belong to the country and the country belongs to them?
Absolutely not.
No, they feel the ownership, but they don't want to develop the country.
No, sir. No, sir.
No,
That
no.
is very wrong. I can argue that. I can argue
I would say because
about that.
no. The reason why I said they feel, I mean, all these politicians, they feel that the country belongs to them. I mean, they control the country.
No, not
what,
the politician.
What one man
the
is
people.
asking now is asking generalize everybody, every citizen of Nigeria.
Yeah. Well, for me, I would say everybody like people in Nigeria.
Okay, let me rephrase that question for you, UK. Do you think the man in Borno feels a sense of ownership of the Nigerian state? Do you feel the man in Abakaliki feels a sense of ownership of the Nigerian state? And do you think the man in Ekiti feels a sense of ownership of the Nigerian state? Do you think those individuals, they feel that Nigeria belongs to them and they belong to Nigeria? So the man from Borno, the man from Abakaliki, the man from Ekiti.
They don't feel like that. They don't feel like that.
Okay.
They don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you see that is really where the problem is?
Yes. They don't feel like that
because they don't really feel a sense of belonging or the country belonging to them. So they just see it as an opportunity just to take and then go back to tribe.
Yes, you're right. I mean,
failure of leadership is the people that fail them. The people, I mean, the leadership does not, just like when UK is saying, they don't love that country, they are not patriotic to that country. The resources of that country is never used for the benefit of the people. So that is why, since people are not getting anything from their country, the country they seize as their own, and nothing is coming for them from that country. They can't. If they have accident on the way, they cannot call for help, for ambulance.
Do you think Buhari feels that Nigeria is a Nigerian? Do you think Buhari feels he is a Nigerian?
Oh yeah. I think he feel that, but by his action, he feel more Fulanese.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it?
One man. I mean, sorry, Ajanle Koko. You see, all these politicians, I'm very sorry to say this, they do not feel that they are Nigerian. You know the reason why? You know the reason? Because if they feel that they are Nigerian, they will develop the country. They will try to do every single thing that will bring betterment to the country. They believe is a business enterprises where they can just take. You see, it is very disappointing that some politicians can come in front of me and telling we that we are shouting on platform that we are not patriotic to Nigeria. Then I ask them, and this is what I always say, who is more patriotic between me and politicians that stole the money that belongs to all of us, go to Dubai and have a oil company there, have hotel there, have school there, have houses there. Then me, that I have to work very hard, work my ass up in 50, 60 centimeters of snow, go to work, raise money, and all my life, almost 99% of my life is in Nigeria. Who is more patriotic?
That is a $1 million question that we should be asking them, or some of them that accuses us of not patriotic, or we don't love Nigeria. That is a big question we should ask them. We send money home every time. We help our people back home. But you people stealing from the treasury, you steal everything and you take it outside the country. So who is more patriotic between both of us? That's a very good question. But of course, we are more patriotic than them. They are criminals. And why you see all these things going on challenge, why they continue looting and nothing is done, is because we don't have strong
institution
Yes.
that can check them. And they make it like that. They make those institutions not to work so that they can continue to loot. That is what these politicians have done. That is the way they have cornered the resources to their own advantage and at the disadvantage of we the people. They make those institutions not to work.
Exactly.
They make the system corrupt in such a way that I mean, as long as the system is corrupt, it's good for them.
Exactly. If they really believe in one, if they really believe they are Nigeria and they really believe in Nigeria, do you know how long? Okay, let's just forget about the issue of Oduduwa nation, Biafra nation, Arewa nation. Let's just forget about that. Do the needful, restructure the country, let everybody go back to the regional government. Then they are passing 1999 constitution, having hearing the crying of thousands of millions of Nigerians. And they did a lot of consultation. Even some people from northern part of Nigeria, they organize that they are the leader of that conference, national conference. What's the name of this man? The little man from Kaduna? Is it Kaduna?
El-Rufai.
El-Rufai report. Let's just say, okay, the southern part of Nigeria, they are just half of Nigeria. They are not really qualified. But okay, we believe that El-Rufai is qualified. What happened to his report? Because in his report, according to, he did mention about this research on it. Why didn't they go back to that and just do the needful? If they really believe that, okay, Nigeria is, they really believe in Nigeria, and they believe that, okay, this is the country. You know, these people always pronounce, it is very easy to say that Nigeria belongs to us. We don't have anywhere to go. Nigeria can do this. Nigeria cannot do that. If you know that you don't have another place to go, why didn't you make that place conducive?
Work. Yes, make it work. Put everything there that can make it work and work for everybody, and plan for the future generation that are coming. But they don't want to do it.
7 years old boys, they traveled away from Delta State going to Lagos State. What do they want to go and do? They want to go and hustle. What are you hustling for? Yahoo, yahoo. The sanity is gone.
Completely. Do you think the country is beyond redemption? Just the decadence in society? Because this 7-year-old boy example that there's videos going around, 17, 18-year-olds doing
those boys,
money, using women.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to use for this, but you know what they are doing. You would have seen the clips. 17, what does a 16, 17 year old?
I cannot even watch that thing. When I was watching it and listening, I said, oh my God. I
couldn't watch it either. I just saw the headline.
I just want to disturb my head.
Yeah, it will traumatize you now.
You see, it is money ritual.
But what I really wanted to go, you know, that the money ritual itself is alarming, and the ingredients, the items they use, I don't want to talk about it, but you know what they use for it. That is just too shocking.
How do I know?
No, not you don't know personally, but you've heard all the narratives when they say Lomori,
yes, that's right.
So that is shocking enough. But what especially shocked me was the age of these boys, 16, 17, 18. What does a 16-year-old? He says he wants to drive exotic cars, and he wants to. What does a 16?
You see,
16. What does it? What's the business of a 16-year-old, 17 with money?
16, 17, 18 that you're talking about, they even mature. If you see a new video now, a new clip that is going on now, you will see 10. Even the eldest boy among those three boys will be like maybe like 14. They are traveling all the way from Delta State, going to Lagos. What do they want to go and do? When they caught them, they said they are going to Lagos to do what? They want to hustle. Also, like what? They want to go and do yahoo yahoo. So I just said to myself, I said, this country is gone.
Yes. So because the country is in such a bad state, just right across the board. in everywhere you look. All the institutions are corrupt, the whole of the civil service traditionally, but now more than ever before. The school children, they are just, cancel them out. You are talking about a 7-year-old now. The policeman is an armed robber. Just where do
you see
the decadence? Is it beyond redemption? Is that country beyond redemption?
We still go back to, you see, I will say it again. I don't care whatever anybody feel. You see what Sunday Igboho is fighting for, what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. I will bring it. I know you will have one man. We will still go back there.
Yes.
The time we
But
take.
even if we go there, is that the solution? Because
it could be
the society is decayed now.
Tony, just hold on, please.
Society is decayed.
It could be the best thing, because once these people don't want to do anything, when you say, okay, this is where I belong, then you all reach consensus. This is acceptable behaviors that we want in our society. If you do not do that from the top, if you cite an example from the top to the bottom, you see, okay, let's just put it this way. Let me just forget about the issue of segregation or separation or whatever we call it now. If we have a very serious leader and lay a good example, what against indiscipline that we're talking about today, it was 93 or 84 or thereabout. That was when it was created by the same Bubu / Tunde Ide-Agbon. Tunde Ide-Agbon was the action man at that time. We see how the country was so clean at that time. When you talking about the road, you cannot even see ordinary plastic on the street. Everywhere clean. If they do something like that, the head is well disciplined. You don't take bullshit. Come back to, in fact, you see those who coming behind you will emulate what you are doing, because they know that in as much that you punish yourself for what is wrong, they know that they cannot escape. If they do that, well, we can still regain our sanity back. But the way this thing is going, even if 10 Adeboye, let me talk about this political analyst. Even if 10 Adeboye combine together, they want to rule Nigeria the way Nigeria is going right now, I don't see anything good is coming out of that place. I'm very sorry to say it, because the sanity is gone.
All right, thank you, Baba Gore. So we're talking about rulership of Nigeria, and Rational Mind was saying earlier on that Tinubu is in for a shocker of his life. So now, the turbaning of Aboki now from Rivers State, and the congratulations from Aboki from Daura. So Rotimi Amaechi, he has now been turbaned in Daura as the Dan Dadidi of whatever. So he's been turbaned. But curiously, Buhari took the time out to congratulate him on that turbaning. And there's lot of speculations, whisperings in the background that Rotimi Amaechi is going to be the joker that they are going to play. So the turbaning of Rotimi Amaechi in Daura, Malam Buhari congratulating him, Tinubu's thrust towards that seat, and the joker in the park. What are you making then of Buhari congratulating Aboki now from Rivers State?
Amaechi is doing what his paymaster want him to do. Constructed railway from Nigeria to Maradi, and even kneel down for them to so that they can allow Nigeria to build the railway to that area. So he is doing all that to make his master happy and his master happy. So the countrymen of his master, they were so happy about what he's doing, and I think maybe that was major reason why they give him a chieftaincy title in that area. I want to say anyway. I don't really know if he really want to push him forward to be one of the candidates for APC, and I don't really think that Amaechi can really go far. Though he might be from the eastern part of Nigeria, but I don't really think he can. He cannot really withstand the heat of presidency.
No. It doesn't strike me. Somebody, he doesn't carry himself as because he talks in a sluggish way. He looks quite shifty. It doesn't even have constituency. If you take him outside of his state, which I don't even think is popular there anymore, it doesn't really, it doesn't command, the
crowd.
affection. Yeah, Nigerians don't like him. They don't even know him. They don't care. Yeah, I don't think it's a sellable candidate for the presidency.
Iberiberism will defeat him.
Iberiberism is
even carry weight more than him.
Yes, Wike certainly, but
exactly, yes.
Amaechi, man,
Wike, even what's the name of this minority?
Ojikalu.
No, not Ojikalu. What's the name?
Abaribe.
Abaribe will even carry weight more than him. So he's a joker anyway. So
I don't think even Mahmoud Yakubu can rig Rotimi Amaechi in. But thank you, Baba Kure. For reasons of time, let's press on and go on to Engineer. And Engineer, I want to take you now to Ibadan, to some tribal marked guy that likes to wear Babalawo outfit. He goes by the name Sunday Igboho, the forgotten man of the Yoruba space. It was only Baba Kure that mentioned him now. We've all forgotten him. But it looks as though now his release is about to be effected in Benin Republic. So his lawyer, Ola something, he's come out to state categorically on his Facebook that there's imminent release of Sunday Igboho in expectation. But then he landed on a cryptic note that the Yoruba, it says, let me give you his last paragraph. It says, Chief Sunday Igboho will be out very soon, and there will be massive jubilation across the entire Yoruba land. He is no doubt a courageous man. So that's the one part. So that one I want you to address. But this rather cryptic sign off. It says it is very authoritative, just that our Yoruba leaders should stop being selfish and allow good to prevail. So the release of Igboho imminent, but that cryptic sign off that the Yoruba leaders should stop being selfish and allow peace to prevail. Are the Yoruba leaders, by your reading of that comment, truncating or sabotaging the release of the forgotten man once upon a champion? Sunday Igboho, Engineer. After all that build-up. All right. Rational Mind, if you're there. All right. Okay, let's go back to Baba Akure then. Baba Akure, do you want to speak on Sunday Igboho then, since everybody seems to have dropped off?
Yeah, I'm here. So anyway, concerning Sunday Igboho, when I heard about that, well, it's a very good news. But how are we sure that and where is he coming? Are they going to? Because there is a question to be asked. Are they going to release him to Nigeria as a free man, or is he going to continue his journey to Germany, or is he going to be in Cotonou, enjoy his life there, or is he going to be in his house?
I think if they release him, they will seek to deport him, but then deport him to where is the question.
That is that. Well, I don't think they will. They may not likely do that because remember, he seek asylum, and but to me, if what we'll be hearing is correct, I think his case is very complicated. Because if you are seeking asylum in that is what people claim anyway. If you are seeking asylum in the Benin Republic, and you want to travel to Germany again, how is that going to play out? Because you cannot declare asylum in one country and you want to travel to another country, unless if that country wants you to come. But if you are filing an asylum in Benin City, that is what we've heard so far.
They said his wife has a German passport. Rockbo, they said she has a German passport.
Yes, but remember when the incident happened, right?
He has a residence card of.
He has residence card, Germany residence card. I heard about that for a very long time.
And then he will have some spousal entitlement under that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but
he can travel to Germany.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that if you file asylum in Benin Republic, then you want to continue your journey to Germany. So
yes, he can do that. One man, I mean, Babakure, because it was because of his situation. That is why he filed asylum.
Okay, at that time, so that
at that time, to protect himself. But once he's been released, he can go to anywhere he wants.
But if the case against him is that he entered Benin Republic illegally, then they will have to deport him now. They can't just release him to go about.
I don't think they will do that. I think that is the basis of his asylum application. Because if you are seeking asylum application, it doesn't really matter how you enter into that country. Either you use somebody's head, either you use Olori or SLS, there's nothing wrong in that. They will accept you. Either you are a man or you use female passport to escape. It doesn't really matter. They know that you are going through persecution, so they will accept that. So it doesn't really matter at this time. I think the reason why he did that is that he entered Benin Republic illegally, so that was why he filed asylum to counter that. So, like Adaleko said, I think he can really, if he's released and not to be deported back to Nigeria, I think he can go to anywhere he wants, maybe Germany, or I don't really think he will come back to Nigeria right now. Anyway, I don't think so. That is my reading to that.
All right, thank you, Babakure. So, Babakure, let's go on to Tony, who hopefully is still with us. Tony, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right, brilliant. So to you, Tony. So to that list, not Rotimi Amaechi, but Lai Mohammed, he came out recently to say that the government has a list of 96 sponsors of Boko Haram or insurgency. But you would think that is good news, but then you quickly realize then that this is not the first or second or third time that they've told us that they have a list of sponsors. There's even a list that was given to them by Dubai. So what Afenifere is saying is that, look, they say stop the noise and deal with the 96 identified people. So enough of the talking and more of the acting. When are these people going to be presented in court and the court then to have a verdict on them? All of this money spent on insurgency and all we hear is a list. What are you making of that, Tony?
Yeah, exactly. That this is always bringing us back to this very particular point again. That they said that they don't want to shame them because they are their brothers and sisters. So I mean, you see the rulers. They said that they don't want to shame them, and then why are they telling us again? And then meanwhile, Afenifere should stop this talking. Like moving from one good post to the other. They should say Yoruba nation now, or because the society they are fighting for is not going to come to pass. So they said they're not going to shame them. Why are they telling us again? They don't want to shame them. They are part of the something. They are part of the show. They are brothers and sisters. That is it. So there's no hope for Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, let me take you then to party politics and the PDP space. All the understanding was that the presidential ticket will be zoned by both the two major parties, at least to the south, because power, by tradition, gentleman's understanding, should transit to the south. But the PDP are now going against that grain to open the field to then have winner take all, survival of the fittest sort of thing. That opens the slot for the traditional northern names, Atiku, etc., etc. So what are you making of that? And what are you also making of the lack of strong political names within the PDP? So what are you making of that? And do you think the ticket of the PDP will go to the north, Tony?
Well, you know that, like Ajani Koko said, that these people are not. It's all about their personal interest. So I'm not for the political, for any political equation right now under this our jungle style of politicking. So it's jungle. We're in the animal forest. So there's no need to, no need to go there because they are after themselves. Like Ajani Koko said that he said it's self-interest. It's about them. It's not about the people. Normally, the politics supposed to be, see, democracy is about the people, for the people, by the people. But this is about them, and them. So like here right now, there was a guy that was 20 years old 10 years ago. 22 years ago, sorry, 22 years old 10 years ago. It's now he was a member of the youth party of the SPD. Now it's not a member of the parliament because the guy was. Was fighting against a coalition between two parties. So they noticed him there, and then because the guy was speaking about the power, about the power for the people, cheap power, cheap water rate, cheap heat, and then housing. I mean, but our place they don't. We see, we're not hearing all this type of stuff from the political. It's for the gladiators. That is why it is difficult that we are not practicing this. Like this guy just said just now, the black people were doomed. Oh, so let's not discuss about politics. Let's not I don't know who just spoke just now about that we should reset by sharing the country to two first of all, and then see that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. But you
no, that Oduduwa nation, they will hold the people accountable because they are closer to us.
Oh yeah, Baba correctly said that. Yeah.
No, I don't know who. So then let us do that. Let us do that now before it's too late because we have to reset. You see, like the Antigua that he talked about, this 10% white people, they are the one that is making that country to look better. Otherwise, if it's 100% black people, it's a crazy system. After all, South Africa is better than Nigeria because of that, because you have some white people, as players.
All right, thank you, Tony. And the turbaning of Rotimi Amaechi in Daura, what politics do you think is in play there?
Yeah, the same thing. Like that I just hate to discuss about this guy. Ever since I saw him on the channel and or the major TV station like Arise, etc. in Nigeria, showing pictures of this guy graduating in a graduation ceremony of his children in London. Oh my God, I say that black people, we have nowhere to go. We are doomed forever. How can somebody be a part of the government and then he's taking his children to school in London, spending our money, and then graduating, and then they are showing these pictures on national TV? Oh my God, that can never happen in a white man's country.
There was a period that we were seeing all those pictures over. We saw Saraki doing it. We saw Ateko doing it, graduating their children. Yes. We saw virtually we saw Ganduje doing it. All of them, just photos of them going to UK a lot of it in the UK to go and graduate their children to their graduation ceremonies.
Oh, it's too painful. These people, they are insane. They are insane. That's why we should not let them battle it out by themselves right now. Let them kill themselves. Let us not be part of their their political discussion because it's of no use. It's of no use. This is very painful. Now you are telling me that also. You see, like most of the time they go to England for medical care. So it was only Chief Nahoro before he died when they said they should take it to England. He said no. He said that it's better for him to go to University of Benin Teaching Hospital or LUT or whatever, or UCH. Then he died later, but he didn't allow them to fly.
But that is it, isn't it? You want to be patriot and then you die.
No, but it's better because you have to die for your country. That's what make Nahoro stand out. Look at Solomola. He died, inside the jet and they were flying him to abroad. You remember? So that's a shameful thing. That's why we say that the Oduduwa nation is the best because we have people, capable people. You know what I'm saying? We are the options now of these people now. You and me. We are the options of Oduduwa. We can make it because we have traveled far and wide, and then we are really, you see, we are performing heavy, you see, we are performing in Germany, in England, in America. We are the powerful people. In our various areas of or in our fields. What sort of operation? We are the best. I'm the best where I am right now here when it comes to performance. You know what I'm saying? You also you are the best without being told. You know what I'm saying? So we, the Duduwa people, we have to work together, and then we can start afresh, and then we can go back to those days when the Nahoro, the Awolowo, start from. Because we already refer to them. We already refer to them. Oh, back in the days, Ajani Koko is always reminding us of how UPN and all those action group, etc., how they perform. So we will still go back there because we also learned this, during our secondary school days when history were to be told. Sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, let me go on to UK, who we've not heard from for a while. So, hopefully, he's still with us, so we can hear some more from
Yes, there's
him.
one thing I want to tell you, woman.
Yeah, go on.
As this guy was talking, I was trying to mark. I was trying to mark the minute point, because somebody was trying to interject. Then you were saying Tony. You don't have to always say Tony every time, because if you take notice. Sorry, if you take a you see that I always mute myself, but I don't hear you say, "Oh, stop that! Oh, hold on, Tony." So it is not me all the time, okay? I don't want to do that.
Sorry about that, Tony. You
No,
see,
no problem.
this is the thing, because it is always you that I'm always trying to stop.
Now
Because
we I know now
we are
yeah.
we are talking when we are talking about Sapele, you will be talking about Sokoto, and then when we are talking about Sokoto, you will be talking about Sapele. So if
Yes.
you talk about Sapele when you are talking about Sapele, and you talk about Sokoto when we are talking
No, I
about
don't talk with Sokoto
Sokoto,
at all. The tone they good for Sokoto. The tone they good for Sokoto. They for my Sokoto trouser. Okay.
there you are. All right. Thank you, Tony. But well noted. I try to be conscious of that for the future.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
Tony.
No problem.
So now let's go on to UK then, who we've not heard from for a while. People have been asking. So good to have you, UK. Does this spate of coups happening in Africa a cause of concern to the point that it has now gone to the top of the agenda of the AU meeting? So coup after coup, 6 and counting, all within 18 months. So what are you making then of the resurgence of this monster that once swept Africa, especially in the 80s? Coup after coup in Africa. What do you think is underpinning it?
What I want to say, the coup going on right now is because of bad governance. Because when the people are not getting what they're supposed to get, there will be always a reaction or action. So those action or those reaction we are seeing now is because of bad governance. Like even the military, maybe they are not paying them what they're supposed to pay them. Then they will see all these politicians eating the money. So what do you think what they will do now? I mean, they will try to take an action or do something that will make them to be on top, because everybody deserve good thing in life. So that is what is really going on. And another thing is, well, when I say bad governance, you include corruption, because all those things, all of them join together. That's what is causing the problem of coup. Because if you look, the problem of Nigeria is because of corruption that even led to all the first coup that happened. That have lingered, that have causing so many enmities. So that's what I want to say about it, because of bad governance.
All right, thank you, UK. So UK, to this space, the opening up of the PDP field to all comers, which goes against what is in the constitution of the PDP, that power should transit from north to south. But then they have the argument that the last president that they had as a party was a southerner, and there's also the argument that under this fourth republic, the South has actually ruled Nigeria for longer than the North. So they've packaged all those arguments together to say they are going to set aside then what is their constitution to transit power from north to south and open the field then for northern candidates to compete for that ticket. Is this a sleight of hand? Is this some abracadabra? What do you think is in play there, UK?
Yeah, what I want to say about this PDP opening up, because you see how, if you look at, because right now, due to what have happened and the way Buhari, have led the country, is everybody say that if this man can be a president of Nigeria, which means anyone can join the race. That is what is really going on, one man. Because I think this is in this 2023 election. If you look at, almost everybody is coming out to want to vie for the presidency, because for the fact somebody like Buhari will win the distance now. So how much more them? You know, I mean that is what is playing out. You know, and for PDP opening up that space, because they know that even if they say, okay, let's give it to Atiku, a lot of people will disagree. You know, because they will say Buhari, who is from the northern district, already rule. We are quite sure, if you look at it based on their own, the way their own rules and regulations, I think it's supposed to go to the north, because it was Jonathan who finished now. Before Jonathan who finished, so which means he has to go to the north. But when looking at how things is now, I don't think they will say if you go to the north or if you go to the south, because right now they are looking for who is the right candidate to pilot the affairs of this country, so that everything will come back to the way it should be. You know, because if you look at what is really going on, everything has scattered. You know, so I don't care wherever any person will come from. If they bring a right person that can straighten up things, I think that it will be better for the nation and for everyone.
All right, thank you, UK. So, UK, this next one is a bit of a funny one. His name is SEGUN Oni. He was once upon a time the governor of Ekiti State. But curiously, in Ekiti State, most governors only ever get to serve one term. They serve one term, they get kicked out, and then they come back at a later year and then serve another term. That happened to Fayose, that happened to Fayemi. So that seems to be the tradition in Ekiti State. So he had already served one term, he got kicked out. So elections now coming up in Ekiti State. So he puts his name forward for the PDP position, for the PDP ticket. But Fayose looms large over the PDP in Ekiti State. And Fayose then sideswiped this guy, SEGUN Oni, to then install some obscure name as the candidate of PDP. So SEGUN Oni, in a huff, he gathered all of his belongings, i.e. his structure, and said that he has left the PDP. So that is interesting enough. But when it now starts to get somewhat curious and even more interesting, he leaves the PDP. But the speculation is now that he's going to now, because he now needs a platform because he's intent on running. So he needs a platform. So the speculation is now that he's going to go to APGA of all parties to get that ticket to run for the Ekiti State governorship. So the question is, SEGUN Oni and Ekiti man to APGA being the Ojukwu party, is he going to be made to wear a red cap and eat yellow gari as part of his initiation process? So SEGUN Oni to APGA, UK, have you ever heard such a thing?
Well, one man, I think Shebi, they say everybody is one Nigeria now.
Abina, you know, I hope it does. Though it'd be very interesting if it does. That would really delight me if it goes to APGA.
It's claiming one Nigeria now, so anybody can run any party now.
You know the two things that would delight me, UK. The first thing that would delight me is if it goes to APGA. The second thing that it would delight me is if it then wins that state. Yes. So that the Ekiti State then becomes an APGA state. Can you imagine that? That would just delight me.
No, if we believe in that one Nigeria,
yeah.
I mean, it's not a problem. I mean, he can join any party and win from that party. Is it not one Nigeria? Everybody.
This is it.
People could not break the country now. So for him going to APGA, to join and say he wants to contest from APGA, I mean, I don't see any problem with that. Now one Nigeria now.
But this is it now.
Don't we like one Nigeria again?
We all sing the same national anthem now, so why not?
So I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, even if the party is it's an Igbo person that have the party or build the party, but it's one Nigeria. So let's continue it. Let him go to Abga. If he can win from Abga, that would be
I would drink champagne if he did that. It would just be so sweet that Ekiti State, that is an Abga state, that would really make my day. But from the sublime UK to the ridiculous, the turbaning of Rotimi Amaechi as the Dandadudi of Daura, so that's ridiculous enough. But Buhari congratulating him, curious as well, but then him being turbaned, Buhari congratulating him, and then the whisperings that he actually is the chosen one that they want to give that ticket to. Rotimi Amaechi is slowly plotting his way to that Aso Rock seat. What are you then making UK of President Amaechi?
Well, one man, what I want to say is that even you, one man, if Rotimi Amaechi come to your place to build a railway or build one fine good road now, what will you think the other they will give him?
Balogun immediately now.
So exactly what they are doing is what they're supposed to do, because for him to even say, I think he was the one. I mean, when you listen to his interview, that even they were even begging the people, let us come and construct the road for the rail to you guys. We will pay for the not that even you will bring money. I mean, they are ready to pay for everything. So exactly what he did is what he deserved. I mean, he did the railway for them, even forgetting, he doesn't even think about somebody who from the river. So they're supposed to even say, okay, we can start. Let me even join our own and do. But he just forget their own totally and just went to northern partner. So I mean, they already they have assimilated him now. So they believe that he's their voice. So
the next thing you know, he will change his name to Mukhtar.
That's yes. And anything they want to do in the south, somebody like him is the person they will nominate, because he will do the job for them. So I mean, I don't see anything. I mean, it's a very straightforward something. Yeah, you do something, then you got the reward.
You scratch my back, I scratch your back.
Yes. So I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's a straightforward. Like as I said, it's a very open something. It wasn't like because I knew within myself that after constructing that, there must be a reward. At least that reward is to give him this their chieftaincy or their to buy of a thing. They already do. So I mean at least he has been upgraded now. As it is now, if he wants to do anything in that region now, they will support him. What do you think?
No, they don't. Those titles, because getting a title from Daura, it means nothing to Rotimi Amaechi unless it serves a purpose.
Yes.
He's not from Daura now, so he's not going to go and buy land and start to marry Laraba or something. So it means nothing. It's just a political, and he bought that thing, by the way. He would have paid money for that. So going through all of that palaver, it can only be a political calculation. So what is his calculation in politics? The only place that Rotimi Amaechi can go is to Aso Rock. But which seat is he going to sit on there? The first seat or the second seat? So if they are going for a northerner, they might be promising him the vice position. And if they are going for a southerner, they might be promising him the first position. Yes. But all of that promise, he's lubricating it now by going to Daura, Malam Buhari's own home state, to go and buy himself a title.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, what you say, what we are just saying is as simple as an ABCD now, because we see that he went there and do something for them. So what do you expect now? And for him getting that chieftaincy or that title, that title commands a lot now, because when he goes there and speak to the people now, they will believe him now. What do you think?
No, certainly.
Yeah, they will believe him now. They will believe him. They will believe him. So he know what he's doing, and they know what they are doing. So scratch my back, I will scratch your back. So that is what it is.
All right, thank you, UK. So UK, let me teach you a little bit of Yoruba language. I'll tell you in Yoruba and then I'll give you the translation. Benue song onshire. Shut up your mouth, you decrease. So that is what is in Yoruba is Benue song onshire. Shut your mouth, you decrease. So Lai Mohammed chimes up again. He tells us now that he has a list of 96 that are Boko Haram sponsors. So we are all in celebration, or we should all be in celebration. Had he not told us 10, 15 times over the years that he has this list, and then there's one bureau they change there, and they can't reveal the list because they don't want to embarrass people. So every so often they'll come up in the news and tell us that they have a list. So it's not a school teacher, it's not a headmaster, and it is not assembly, and you are not doing roll call. So don't roll call names. Don't tell us about list. Tell us about somebody going to jail, somebody being in court, and the judge throwing the book at him. So shut up your mouth. Benue essentially the response of Afenifere to Lai Mohammed coming up for the umpteenth time to tell us that he has a list. Tell us the headline actually, because the headline actually makes the point. Stop the noise is what Afenifere is saying. Stop the noise and deal with the 96 identified terrorists. Afenifere tells our federal government. So Benue song Onshiri, essentially the Yoruba translation. What are you then making of this endless list by Lai Mohammed?
Yeah, one man. Do you remember one David, the investigative journalist? Who
is it that conflicts guy, the one that did the conflict something?
Yes. I think you see the table everything. I mean, it's on the internet now. They mention their name. They mention where they are in Abuja, where they are in Lagos. So they already know. Coming out to say that they don't know. They know them now. Even that man that died. You remember the man that died now? Obadiah.
Yeah, Malafia.
Obadiah also said it now. That they know these people. And most of them, they're in the government. So, for me, this thing is a pure business. Because if it is not a business, do you think this thing will last so long like this, one man?
No. What is his name? Showore said so himself during that electioneering campaign in 2019. He said the Boko Haram insurgency started off as a crisis, and then it morphed into a business. So it started off as a crisis, which they should have nipped it in the bud, but they did not. But then the government was pumping a lot of money into it to say, end this thing. And then the money was such that they then had the consideration that, rather than end this thing, this money that is just, we were talking, they said it was even alarming. To this year's budget is $1 billion just to start off. That is just mobilization fee. 3 months down the line, they come up with another supplementary and another supplementary. So it is a business. So why would they want to end it?
Yeah, because the budget they have been making to fight this terrorist group is a lot of money. Because what's the name? This former Burutai, like even the money for the weapon, the mark for the weapon and everything. No, did we even see? Did they even give us account of, like at the end of every thing when they do their budget? Okay, they say they mark this money for this, but at the end of it, did we see any accountability how the money was used? So it's a pure business because they know people who are fighting, because when sometimes you hear that the military they have decimated, they have done this, they have done that, then they come back, later on they will regroup. So what do you think that is going on, man? You hear they bomb here, they bomb here, they bomb here. Maybe in 2 days or 3 days, everything will just calm down. But by the time the following week, they will tell that they are getting stronger. So what is really going on, one man? Even
Yeah,
the
it's a mystery, isn't it?
yeah, the soldier is on the phone now because they are not buying them the proper this thing, weapon, to fight. Even the ones they'll buy, by the time they will use chopper or helicopter to go and fly it and give those guys. Or those guys who even hear that they are bringing new this thing, they will attack, and come and collect the one they are bringing. So when you look at all these things, so there's a middleman. There are people passing information within the military because giving them information, those who attack and those who they collect their weapons. So it's a business because if it's not a business, it will at most one month they can wipe those people out now.
All right, thank you, UK. Always a delight to hear from you. So we go on to UK. We go on to engineer, and then we start to round off from there. So engineer, I did try to come to you earlier, but you seem to disappear or not somewhat. But good to see that you're back.
What happened to me now?
I came to you several times and no response. Huh?
Go on. It's okay.
No. Okay, I'll go to engineer and then I'll come to you. So, engineer, to you. So just the PDP space and them opening up space for the North, because them opening that field is essentially opening it for Atiku. If they open it, nobody's taking it apart from Atiku. The only person that will give him a fight is Saraki. So a northern candidate, almost certainly for the PDP. What are you making of that? Base it against the backdrop of the clamor for a southern president.
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings to everyone. When it comes to the issue of PDP, well, the only thing PDP will do, maybe for them to succeed, I think if they give it to Atiku, yeah, that will be okay, and that will be a big challenge towards APC. But if they, I think, yeah, it's only Atiku that will make history maybe in that country when it comes to PDP. But apart from that, well, I don't see anyone that will come and represent PDP. But we all know if Atiku should come in, definitely he will pick his vice from the south or southeast. So that's what I can tell for now.
All right. And the spate of military coups sweeping across the swathe of West Africa, I think about 6 in 18 months, just 18 months. So, because what usually happens is one happens, and then if it's successful, very quickly you hear another country do it. And then if that is successful as well, and then it just starts to cascade all the way through. So 6 and counting now within 18 months, to the point that the AU are having this meeting to discuss it. And in that discussion, also on the table, that is at the top of the agenda of that AU meeting, but also a curious agenda on the AU meeting as well. The Israel is wanting to join the AU as an observer, and there's resistance against it, and there are people for it. So how would Israel, a Middle Eastern country, come into the African Union? The name already defines the space to have a seat at that table. So sweep all of that up together, engineer.
Well, military coup can only happen in all the other side of Africa. It can never happen in Nigeria because when you come to Nigeria, it can never happen in Nigeria, one man, because Nigeria, one, is too clever, too smart, and if you look at it, people that are into into the terrorist group. Most of them they own the position in the military. So if the non-terrorist uniform men in the military said they want to do something, I don't think you will see them surviving, because they will end up resigning them, or they will do anything possible to jail them. That is how the system of the country is.
And Israel wanting to be an observer, a permanent seat on the African Union table.
No,
Why would that be?
No, it's impossible. It's impossible. They can't come and detect something for Africans. The time has passed. Those time has passed. So it's something UAE, or they need to do something. They need to tell them to just back up, leave our problem, leave our solution. We'll dealt with it. But when it comes to things like that, nah, Israel, they are not invited, and they are not welcome.
All right. And to Lai Mohammed's list of 96. So every so often it tells us that they have this list. So is it time for that list to now lead to some action, and let's say some faces being presented in front of a judge? Shut up your mouth about the list. Let's say action is what Afenifere is saying. What says you, engineer?
Yeah. Well, if Lai Mohammed could bring the list of this and this and that, what we need to understand that maybe it's just the front page of the book, because they are more than 96. They are more than 96. Those people one man, they have taken over.
They're more like 9,006,
of
isn't
course,
it?
they are everywhere. You see, that's what is happening to Zulu. Zulu, I think it's out of his hand. The man is just living by his own grace, because the man is paying. He's paying those bandits secretly. At least the level of the attack in that place, in that soil, that they have demonstrated, it's just they are everywhere, one man, and it's too late. It's too late. The only thing that Nigeria needs to do now is hopefully let's see the new president that will come in and maybe make things work for good. But apart from that, all these people, like Mohammed said, 90, that means 9,000 or 900,000. They already troop into Nigeria, and they're there. They will do anything.
All right. Thank you, engineer. So, engineer, let me go on to rational mind, and then after that, I start to wrap up. So, rational mind to that space of the PDP, the opening up the zoning thing. I think you have an interest in that space, rational mind.
I think actually Coco has really done a good job in analyzing the whole thing, which I think it is what it is. That the permutations right now is that the Northerners, they hold sway in that party. They dominate, or should we say at this point, they have the people, or should we say the politics right now in Nigeria. It seems that the only options for them to be relevant, because I've had people who say that if PDP loses this presidential election, that party will scatter, will implode. Maybe there will ever even be, we will only hear it in history or in the pages of newspaper that there was one time a party called PDP. It will totally disintegrate, wipe out. So maybe this is their last chance to restore their party and get their party on a good footing again. And so I just feel like I've said here, there's so many things to say as to what happened or what is going on with that area, whereby they have to field in Northerner again for this coming election, because with the agitations going on around that country, it should not even be that should be talking about the Northerner this time, considering that the Northerner is the current president right now. He has had 2 straight terms. He's been there, and so he should come to the South. And so if the only option they have right now, because like Adele Koko analyzed it, it's going to be very, very difficult for any Igbo to get the ticket. That's why I think when Obi, this man, the Obi, the the vice president during the last 2019 election, he said, that's to tell you that sometimes you wonder what is wrong with our Igbo brothers. When he said, they asked him, is he going to contest? He says, well, if they zone it, I mean, are you waiting for them to zone it, or you have to just go and fight for it? I mean, why don't you fight for it? Or are you thinking, okay, as long as Atiku contest, I won't want to contest against him. I want to, I mean, is that the reason behind it? I mean, this same Atiku is the one this man was selling to you people in the East. Oh, he's married to our daughter. Is this, I mean, your daughter that is married to, I mean, is not divorcing him now? I mean, all those things, you start wondering that, I mean, these people sell you a bunch of bull crap just to let them get power. And when they get there, they do something else. This one that is there right now, the same bull crap they sold to us in 2015 was what got us so naive. We're so sheep. I mean, we're so deceived. And then we find ourselves in this mess. And so, I mean, the way the country is going on right now with the agitation everywhere, it only makes sense to let the thing come down south. Let APC, let PDP zone the whole thing to south. Let the Southerners slug it among themselves. But preferably, I would say, okay, let them, the 2 parties, let it be zoned to that southeast area so that whoever within themselves, they pick anybody, the 2 major parties, they put it before Nigerians, let them vote for them. But I know that's going to be a very, very huge politicking for them to achieve that. Because I've had people who say, oh, after all, in 1999, after Abacha died, the whole country agreed that the Yorubas and the 2 Yorubas, namely this man, Obasanjo, and I mean, they should also repeat that same thing in favor of the Igbos too. I said, well, that makes sense too, but are they going to do that? I don't think they're going to do that. So PDP, I think the only option they have at this point is to field a Northerner, but I don't think a Northerner is a solution to this problem. And I don't see that if they ever do that. And if PDP, I mean APC to scheme Tinubu out of this or any of his boys, I tell you, that might be the end of APC 2, or probably.
Rational mind.
Yeah, coming now.
Yeah, you said you want them to move to Southeast. In Southeast, who do you see that is capable of coming out to deliver? Are you there, Rational mind?
You're missing me. I think you're missing me.
I was, because there's a woofing sound coming. So when I was woofing, and it's still woofing, but yeah.
Woofing?
Yeah, it's still.
Is this, I mean, because it's quiet here? I'm in my bedroom.
Oh, so. Okay. No.
Just by myself here in my bedroom. So anyway, so the thing is like what they said is they should zone everything. That is APC zone ticket, no Southwest, nobody for Southwest. Any other region, just APC Southeast, PDP Southeast. So if PDP, so for example, if APC choose to pick maybe
is the quality there in the Southeast? I mean, because we will be saying Peter Obi, but is the quality there in the Southeast? Are we going to end up with the President Rogers?
Obviously, that's what I'm heading for.
Oh God, no. Rational mind. There's a heavy woofing sound.
Where's the woofing sound coming from? I don't get it. I mean,
it's from you. Well, engineer.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Are you using your headphones or?
I know. I'm talking directly to my phone. I mean, because I'm not on my laptop. I'm using my phone. So I don't know.
All right. When you listen back, you'll hear it. But carry on.
So anyway, the thing is, we might say maybe there is no anybody from there, but I think there is. I mean, let them just have anybody from their zone, so that.
No, I mean just anybody. We are not talking about Canadian provisions. We are not talking managing provision shop now. Just anybody for president of Nigeria. It's not the provision shop. They're not selling Bonvita.
I mean, Peter Obi is not a bad person. I mean, we saw what he did in Anambra
State. Peter Obi is not whatever. We will keep going to this Peter. What has he done? What did he do in Anambra State? Everybody Peter Obi.
Hold on. I'm not saying he did anything much as such, but at least he's an economist.
Oh no, you maybe move around. Rational mind is just too heavy. That woofing sound.
Okay, maybe we just have to let it go, and maybe you just go around and then let's just end it. Then no problem. It's okay. There's nothing I can do here. I think that's just
okay. Where you are now? Yeah. You say it again.
How is it same?
Okay, where you are now is okay. Just carry on. Let's model. Let's power through.
If it's disturbing and it's irritating, no problem. Because I'm just here.
We can hear you now, but then it comes. Are you hearing it, engineer? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
I'm hearing it, but is Rational Man not hearing it?
He's not hearing it, but we're all hearing it.
Like I said,
look at
that. Irritate you guys with it. I don't know.
No, it's not irritating. It just we always like to hear from you, but
let me move some. Can you hear me now? Is it better now? This way?
Yeah, that's better now.
That's better. I don't know what's wrong with all this American internet.
This is it, made in China in America.
Because I have my
you European people talking against America like that.
Can you hear it, Ajale Koko? The heavy woofing sound.
Yeah, I can hear
I can't hear. I mean, can you guys still hear me now? Is it still?
Is it from UK?
I don't know. UK is muted now. So
no, Rational Man.
Okay, let me mute it. Let me mute. Let's see.
Okay.
It's not from me. Mine is clear now.
No, it's not from UK. It's from Rational Man. You can hear. You can see. I can see it on my screen. It vibrates. You can hear it. See it as it vibrates. Yeah.
I'm not even moving. I'm still in one place now. I just have to come to my window. So
maybe you can get off the screen and come back. You just do it one time. Get off the screen.
Let us let you continue, and let's also send it that way. No problem. I don't think there's
just get up for a second and then come back.
Okay. Come out and come back in, and let's see if that works.
Yeah. So, Ajale Koko, you need to sort this thing out.
Yeah, let me send this in for
Abinajina, and I go put the group do.
Yeah, the group do, isn't it? Let me put a link for
engineer.
No, the link is still there, sir. I just left and came back. The link is still there.
Just so you can see. Okay, so it's back. So let's see how this goes.
Now, these European people, they behind this thing.
No, when you talk too much about Buhari, what do you expect?
Is this still the same?
No, it's better now.
Better. So, yeah. I mean, so just what I was saying is, we're not saying anybody, but you see, the thing is, we might say there's nobody from our southeast. I mean, Mogalu is there. If Mogalu can clinch the ticket from APC or from PDP, but it's not in any of those parties.
Mogalu is not a presidential material.
Oh man, you keep all this one you're throwing about. What makes them presidential? What makes Atiku presidential more than Mogalu? What makes him more than Sowore?
Because Atiku has a commanding presence. Mogalu doesn't have a commanding presence.
All the people that has commanding, this one that is there presently, what has it done?
Yes, but no, he has it. He has commanding presence, but he doesn't have the calibration to use his talent in the way that benefits.
When you say commanding presence, what do you mean by
but a woman moving from one party to another party?
Sorry. Tony, man.
Sorry.
You know exactly what that means. Rational mind.
Let me understand what you mean by commanding presence. I don't know.
Okay. Atiku, he presents in a frontal way like an alpha male. He looms large. He carries authority just with his being.
Okay.
Buhari carries authority with his being. Obasanjo carries authority with his being. He looms large. Goodluck Jonathan doesn't carry authority. Moghalu certainly does not carry authority.
That is
It's
why
not an half. It's not. It doesn't
I get
have.
you. I get you. I
It's not
get
a
you. I
forward
get you.
thrusting.
I get
Yeah.
you. You're talking about charisma here,
It's
perhaps.
not
That's what
charisma. It's just the whole. It's an X factor. It's indefinable. It's unquantifiable. But you see, you
when we
know
say
it
somebody's
when you see it.
charismatic, hold on. When we say somebody's charismatic, it's almost like what you're talking about, in the sense that he can control. He has this presence of
But
controlling
Moghalu will be
leadership.
good in the office,
People following.
supervising
No,
the
don't say that. Don't say that. I
workheads.
won't agree with you.
You know, it's
Those
an
ones who you
office
call,
man.
those people you're calling,
It's a
those people you're calling.
bureaucrat. It's a technocrat. It's
Listen,
a details
those
man.
people.
It's a computer geek. But it's not a president.
Hold on. All the ones you're talking about that you said they are alpha male, whatever. I mean, what have they done to that country?
Yes,
just because they are military. Because they are military. That's what one might start to say. And it's very bad.
Not really. Let me.
When we get to the go on.
Rational mind. To make the story short, right? Let's stop beating around the bush.
That
did you see all Moghalu or Peter Obi? Did you see him in the north pulling out people, or did you see him in the?
That's the problem I have with them. That's the problem I have with them.
No, it's not the problem. It's not the problem. Atiku is not from the south or southeast. But if he goes there, you see, that's what we call when you are dealing with people, you are talking. When your presence are there.
So why are you saying it's not a problem? When I say that's the problem I have with them, what's the problem there?
Because this is what I'm telling you. You can't sit down in your shield.
That's what I'm saying.
Without making that move.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem I have with them.
You see, like Rochas now. I give you an example with Rochas. Rochas can manage Nigerians. He can go to every corner of Nigeria and he will make moves. You understand?
You see,
these people.
Rational mind. Can you imagine Moghalu holding a rally in Sokoto? They won't stone him, or it will be worse. They won't stone him. They will just ignore him. They will say, "What's the?"
I understand.
They won't even. It's just a nonsense now.
Yeah, I know.
They just dismiss it. But can you imagine Atiku holding a rally in Ekiti or Abakaliki? The whole place will be packed because he commands presence.
I get you. You see,
these
people you're talking about,
backroom technocrats supervising people sat on computers.
Atiku.
That is what he is.
Atiku, 1988, 89. Nobody knows Atiku.
Supervisor.
Nobody knows Atiku. But he built a name for himself.
One man no good though. That bad man. No, that man too bad, man.
But Ajale Koko, do you broadly disagree? Do you disagree with what I painted? Do you disagree? You don't disagree now.
One man, can I interject for a sec? I want to say something.
Bathroom messenger.
One man, can I interject for a sec?
It's a bureaucrat. It's office man. It's a banker. It's a banker.
One man, let me say something. One man, let me say something.
Yeah.
One man, let me say something.
And you know, I get bad mouth for that Europe where una deal.
It's not bad mouth, it's just calling the man what he is. But let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man, put it this way, right? Put it this way, the way you just described Moghalu and Atiku. I want to give you an example. Let me use this governor. Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki. Obaseki is a lukewarm man, very quiet.
It's charismatic, though.
Hold on. Let me explain. Let me break it down. 10 years ago, if Obaseki comes out, nobody will answer him. You know, it was just like the back room. It was Oshomole's engine room for his economy, you know. He really helped Oshomole. So what Oshomole did was this. It's just in the same shoe with Moghalu, the way you are describing it now. He doesn't have that what is it called now? That presence, that Alpha, whatever you always use, Alpha 1 presence, you know. So Shomole did this. Shomole brought him out, and whenever he's going for campaign, Shomole always pair with him. He does most of the talking. It's like trying to sell him to the people. So if Moghalu is in that shoe, if they want to bring him out, somebody has to pair with Moghalu and sell him out to the people.
But Moghalu is already a known quantity in the national space.
But that presence is not here, like you explained, which is true.
So we know
but
him
somebody
now. So
somebody has to attach with him. You know, somebody has to attach with him.
That was what I was saying.
You want the president to have a supervisor or somebody to supervise.
No, to attach with him for campaign, to really sell him out, to dish him out to the people. Because Moghalu cannot do it. Atiku presence, even his president hold the mic. Remember, you must remember too, Atiku.
There's nobody holding Atiku's hand.
No, it was once there too. Remember, like Rational Mind said in the 80s. In the 80s. In the 80s, nobody knows Atiku. It was in the 90s here. I think 93 or 92.
But people know Moghalu though. People, I think.
They know Moghalu to be a central governor, a central bank.
Is that not what I'm saying? Is that not what I'm saying?
But they don't know him to be in the political space.
Yeah.
No, he's been in the political space for at least 4 6 years now.
No. He's a tea and butter political space. He has been in.
There you are. So you define him as a tea and butter man. Those are your words. It's a tea and butter man.
One man.
So somebody has to really pair up with him, like attach with him.
Watch him up.
You know, to move with speed.
You want somebody to.
Ejiro, you don't have Moghalu at all. Now you can't say
the same thing applicable to Godwin Obaseki, the governor of Edo State. That's what happened to him too. Is it the same line with Moghalu? That's the truth. Oshomole was the one that moved with speed with him.
Okay, let me ask you a question and address it frontally as I ask it.
Go ahead.
Don't play politics or just address the question.
Go ahead.
Instinctually. Does Moghalu strike you as presidential? Does it come across as presidential to you? Look at that. He wants to run. Don't run. No.
Ask me that question.
To some extent, yes.
To some extent,
but you say I should go straight. You say I should go straight. I will say no.
No, yes.
I will say no. You say I should go straight. I will say no.
What about supervisor?
Does this strike you as a supervisor?
110%.
So there you are. So that's the question then.
But the same thing was applicable to Oshomole. Sorry, to Obaseki 10 years ago.
Water resources.
Hold on. You know how
10 years ago, Obaseki was in that shoe.
Hold on, Ejiro. You told us that. You know how we like to do that quick round robin question. So you've opened that question now. You are an engineer. So it's a very, very short answer to it, just almost like single answers. So does Moghalu strike you as presidential? Just a visceral reaction to that, one. And then does it strike you as a supervisor? So what strikes more with Moghalu, president or supervisor? Engineer, you first.
Obviously supervisor.
Oh, okay. It's more of a supervisor than a president. UK, Moghalu, president or supervisor?
Well, I see him as a businessman.
Oh, there you are.
Supervisor then?
You say the third way, supervisor. Ejiro, you've already answered, but the question, you opened it up, president or supervisor?
110% supervisor.
All right, to you, Tony, Kingsley Moghalu, what strikes more, president or supervisor?
No, but you know that this Obaseki example, is very bad. As a financial expert, they are not good. They are not good for government. None of them is good.
All right, thank you. Because you always take it in I should have just skipped you, really. But Ajaleko, the question, just directly, don't do Tony and then go. Yes, president or supervisor? I don't know. You ask Tony the simplest thing and he just take you somewhere and you think, what's going on?
Well, it'd be good for supervisor for economic planning.
There you go. So enigmatic, you came in late, but you heard the question. Kingsley Moghalu in contention. What strikes the most? President, does he appear, if you were to if you see him, do you see him more as a president or as a supervisor? Or a high level supervisor or not supervising Bonvita, but Kingsley Moghalu, president or supervisor, enigmatic?
Well, to me, he doesn't have the political clout, number one. So he's not presidential. That's a no. And then I would see him more like somebody who can handle a presidential economic team perfectly.
Supervisor. Prof, you know your man, Kingsley Moghalu, president or supervisor.
To me, I just see him as somebody that's to be a president, but he has, his status or his pedigree is not efficient enough at,
it's not alpha male,
people.
Is what you are saying. It's not alpha, but
I would say it's moderate, but I still see him as, if he's given the chance, he'll do well.
All right. So now, to Rational Mind, take us on a convoluted journey to tell us how he's presidential. The question to you,
for me,
Rational Mind, he will come up with some funny argument. Rational Mind, let's hear it.
You see, for me, it's both presidential supervisor. Yeah, you can do both. Now, for me, the only thing is this. You see, we Nigerians, we have this mentality of, we've been used to. Let me say it this way. There was a time let me say it this way. I left Nigeria and I went to a country very quiet in Europe. Very quiet, and then I was like, I got so disturbed that I could not hear this. This is our kind of music, this classic music. That's what I like. What kind of life is this? I was so disturbed. So what I'm trying to say is this: like, we've been so used to people who are so brash, who are so thuggish, who are so, like we call them alpha male. Like, you see, it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't put food on my table. As long as somebody has the quality of engineering a country, in bringing prosperity to a country, in bringing about a society whereby people can be free, can be treated as humans, and live as humans, not like the one we're living in Nigeria, I'm okay with that. F is whatever is whatever he has alpha or no alpha, but as long as he has that thing upstairs in his head.
Is Donald Trump an alpha male? Rational Mind.
He's an alpha male. Yeah,
is Boris Johnson an alpha male?
I don't see Boris Johnson to be that. To me, his personality is not. I won't call him as an alpha male.
Is Angela Merkel? Is she alpha? Angela Merkel, is she alpha?
She's an alpha female.
Is Putin an alpha male?
Putin is, yeah.
Is the president of Ghana an alpha male?
No.
Is not?
I don't think so, no.
All right.
Sometimes he tries to portray himself like, I don't know. He's a very meek fellow. He's a very meek fellow.
Meek.
But then it's meek. And when I mean meek, I mean he's humble, a humble fellow. And then when he like what he did in Switzerland at one of the conference when he was arguing.
Is the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia an alpha male?
I mean, that guy is something else. I can't really. I mean, he is.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Is Kingsley Moghalu an alpha male?
Oh my goodness! Here we go again.
No. I mean, answer the question. Is Kingsley Moghalu an alpha male?
He's not an alpha male.
He's not. Is he a beta male?
Is Macron? Macron is an alpha male?
Macron is alpha.
No, he's not.
Oh, he is alpha.
Trudeau is alpha. Hold on. Trudeau in Canada, is he an alpha male? When he began. When he began. Not now. When he began, it doesn't have this BS that he has having now.
Macron that was slapped by one lady.
Yeah, but that's democracy, though, isn't it? That's democracy. That's the French way.
You see, the thing is this. You see, we were talking about people being alpha male.
Moghalu is a high-functioning, highly educated, highly experienced bureaucrat.
How does being an alpha male put food on my table? That's the question.
It does.
It does not. It does not.
Because an alpha male will make a bold decision, and
he will.
Hold on. An alpha male will make a bold decision, a bitter or better meal will make a considered decision. Now, a considered decision will get you a good result, but a bold decision will get you excellence. You know, that is the difference. Just that confidence in being to assert with authority that this is it and this is it. You know, so a decision maker. So
Hold on,
an alpha male doesn't
One
make
minute.
decisions with committees. As
Yeah.
somebody like
Obasanjo,
Luka he will make a decision with committees, with
Obasanjo,
the
the one he made,
working group, all this kind of
Obasanjo, the ones he made. Where are we today?
well, never you know. At
Almost
least it's a
$16 billion
decision. You know, it's a
went down the
decision.
drain. We
It's a
cannot
decision.
account
It's
for it.
decision making that
Electrification.
changes paradigms, not
You see,
committees.
you see,
Committees don't change.
we Africans, I would say we Africans, especially
Putin is a
Nigerians, we are
decision maker. He's going to the
we
Crimea.
hold
He's
on,
going to
hold on, hold on.
Ukraine. He's taking the
You give
Crimea
somebody,
and he's
you
taking
see,
you. Nothing has
power.
happened.
If you give somebody power, when it gets into power can transform somebody. That's what you should understand. All these people you're talking about, they did not just start one day. They've been in the politics. They've been in the politics of maybe corporate world, or whatever. Like you're talking about Trump, all of them. It's a kind of, it does a kind of a dog eat dog kind of business empire. That's the kind of one he does. I mean, he's a slum lord. He's a slum landlord in a sense. He would just go and buy your property and then revalue it and then downgrade it and then sell it at a higher price. No, the guy is, So the point is, Mogalu is a corporate man. He's all his life has been international civil servant.
From the office to the presidential seat. From the office.
I'm sure his handlers and whatever, they would make him to become that person.
If he becomes president, will he be taking a lunch hour? Will he be taking a lunch hour like they do in the office?
We need to start having a paradigm shift from this whole kind of people that we are used to. People that are always.
If you had said Okorocha, I would have played along, but not Mogalu. Even Peter will be
I don't
a
want
little
people
bit.
with questionable integrity. That is just it. We don't want people with questionable integrity. People who have worked. He has worked with UN. He has worked with international organizations. We've seen
you criticize Atiku because he runs to Dubai. Kingsley Mogalu lives in Switzerland.
Hold on, I didn't criticize him for running to Dubai. No, don't get me wrong. I never did. Don't put words in my mouth. I never did. Go check all your past clips. I've never did. What I only did was talk about was his past when he was a vice president. How he was accused in the Aliburton case and so many other economic cases that he oversee, and how he collected bribes and all that. That is all I'm talking about.
Okay.
And his inability to enter America, which somebody brought up an article yesterday when before this guy went on ballistic and then he was challenging me yesterday here that he has another contract. 12 years ever since he has been there, he has not gone to America. You were asking me yesterday, you were asking me, will he ever tell me that he's going to America? It's in the newspaper.
All right, that was it. All right, that was yesterday.
So let us do that. So on the topic of PDP, let me just go straight to the point. Let them zone it to South. But if they want that country to go down the drain, let them do it and let them give it to somebody from the North again, and let's see what's going to happen.
Well, nothing will happen. You keep saying let's see what will happen, like as though you know.
Let's just see.
Nothing will happen.
Can I say, please, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
Yeah, hold on. So nothing will happen. But I'm going to seek to start to round off here. So I'll round off to land on Ajanle Koko because we've gone past the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to start from enigmatic just to have a remark because really we have spent the time already. So from enigmatic, I'll flow all the way through to land on Ajanle Koko. So enigmatic, to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I will start with
no, it's just a short little window though. So you don't not the whole expanse of. So speak to what interests you the most.
Sure.
Yeah.
So PDP making their presidential field open, that is not ideal. It's like because it's like they renege on what the promises or what they actually planned earlier. Be that as it may, we all know power is not given, it's taken. And power is not just given by allocate. You have to work for it. I've been hearing this narrative of the Southeast or the Igbos, let me quote and unquote, saying they should zone the presidency to them. And I'm telling everybody here now, I'm sorry if you're Igbo, I'm sorry if you're from the southeast. It's not going to happen. Okay? Because you have to position yourself for power. And PDP, they've seen that. Which of the region which of the region in Nigeria as of today has more political patronage than which of the region benefits the PDP more than the Southeast? None, except for one state, if I'm not mistaken, that is being governed by maybe APC in Imo until recently, and then APGA in Anambra State. Presidential elections in the whole of the Southeast goes to PDP, and they have most of their governors in PDP. So by virtue of that, that should have automatically and ordinarily, they should have zoned it to the Southeast. But we already know the antecedents of the Northerners. They are power grabbers and they are power hungry. They already see Buhari as a failure, shambolic, leadership of his 8 years in Aso Rock. So they are actually trying to say, okay, we are not associated with this. We want to have a new Hausa man or Northern man. And that's why they're having this thing open. Who is the Southeast man who has graciously, or who has taken the time, taking the bull by the horn to present himself, to position himself perfectly for this position? Peter Obi is either here or there. It's not sure. He wants to be vice president at a point. Now he says if it is zoned to the Southeast, he's going to take it. You don't speak like that if you want to be a president. Tinubu knows the odds against him, yet he says, I want to be president. And he has come out to say, I want to be president. You have to be bold if you are seeking to be the president of Nigeria. Nobody is going to wake you up and say, take the presidency. No, but it doesn't work like that. Let the Southeast be crying every day. I'm sorry to use that language. If they do not, stamp their authority and position themselves perfectly in the party by which they've given so much, which is PDP, this is how they're going to play second fiddle every time. So they should forget about it. And Mogalu, on his own case, is a fantastic technocrat, fantastic human being, very brilliant, very astute technologically, and then intellectually. But for the presidency, I will say maybe if he is able to warm himself, to the national political arena, when maybe APC becomes the president or PDP becomes the president, whoever becomes the president, let him warm himself to that government, and then he can play a very good role. So when the opportunity comes to the Southeast, maybe he will have a shot at that. Then by then he will be able to have, an open window to actually present his presidential ambition. And I'm sorry for all the Southeast people. The way they've been playing their politics, they need to hit the political highway of Nigeria. It means you have to consult. Can Peter Obi win an election in Sokoto State in the deep north? Look at what Tinubu is doing. Everybody is shouting Tinubu since the day he said he wanted to be president. They are putting him down. But look at this. Look at his strategies so far. How many of them have been strategic enough in the Southeast so far? Even the ones in APC. Let's assume APC is not taking it to the north. They are bringing it to the Southeast or Southwest, right? The ones who are positioning themselves in the Southeast, do you see them pulling the rug like that? No. But you can see them more strategic than those ones in PDP. Peter Obi should be number one in Southeast, but he's not sure of himself. He's not confident. That nobody's going to give it to him like that. That's all I have to say.
Oh, all right, thank you. Let me just ask you one quick question and just a snap answer to it as a parting shot. Who strikes as more presidential? Are Kingsley Moghalu or Dele Momodu?
Dele Momodu, 100%.
And look at that. And you're not afraid the way that guy is not going to go out there and eat all the cake. And
No, that is another story for another day. Your question, I give you a straight answer because why? Dele Momodu is bold. right? Even we know he doesn't have a chance in PDP, but look at the way he's moving.
What do you think he's after? He's after money, isn't he?
To the best of my knowledge, God has been kind to him, and
don't worry about that. God has been kind to a lot of people. He's after money, isn't he?
But let one man let him speak about Dole Momodu, please, sir.
No, can you hold on, please, Tony?
Okay.
Enigmatic understands the question. He's trying to dodge around it, but I'm not letting him.
No. One man, I'm not actually I'm trying to perfectly articulate a good response to you. Is Dele Momodu after money? I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say yes. I don't believe he's after money, but he's after he wants a platform whereby he can finally bring himself to the political mainframe of Nigeria, political arena now. If PDP becomes the national party that wins the presidential election, right? He will have a bargaining chip.
Is after Lai Mohammed's job, Abi? Lai Mohammed's job under a PDP presidency?
Maybe, but I know he's just trying to bargain himself. I mean, his way into the political arena.
So
that's
he is after money. All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. Enigmatic, you're a bad man. Oh. You always come late, and you know that people want to hear your voice. Don't come late now. Come early so that we can really tackle you. Come early next time if you're going to come at all. Enigmatic now. Yeah.
My challenge is I think I will set an alarm for that because I have a couple of doing some
don't
program
put
and
yourself
everything.
out or don't shift your life, but we're here every day. So anytime you're chanced, just join us because
so I need to send a message to get in or I just
no, just come in. But if you see 10 people on the screen, then it's a full house. But if somebody drops off, just click on the link. But I think we want to hear a lot. In fact, I know we want to hear. I know Ajale Koko wants to tackle you. So come back so that you can get the Ajale Koko treatment. So thank you, Enigmatic, a real delight. So that was Enigmatic. So now to you, Jake, Charles. I know you've been itching to disagree. I disagree. So now disagree, Charles.
You see, what Enigmatic say is false. You know why? The Yobos have been doing turn by. You say, but no, it is turn by turn. Nigeria government has given the Yobos and the North president for 36 years. It's turn by turn. So what he says is false. What he just say is false. What he say it's not true. You should know the truth. I say in the comments, say Nigeria. If you want the country to be fair, if you want Nigeria to be a country, this must happen. If it doesn't happen, Nigeria must split. This must happen. And anyone shout to one Nigeria is a hypocrite if you don't do this. They're a big hypocrite if you don't do this, in my opinion.
All right, in your opinion. So thank you, Charles. Always a real delight. You know, Charles, you are one of my favorite people, even though, you confuse me a lot of times, but it's that confusion that I delight with. Charles, now, everybody's favorite on the platform. So thank you, Charles.
Everybody.
And you too, Charles. So that was Charles. So from Charles, we go on to Prof. Prof, you've come late, but of course, whenever you turn up, we always delight in hearing from you. So, Prof, to you. Look at that. Shall we listen to Prof snoring for a moment?
Yeah, for 1 minute. Let's see. Wait. I hope he's not gonna shout money though.
He's dreaming of his farm in Anambra. So there is Prof. He just came, to go to bed. So
Are you sure?
Yeah. Prof.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. We heard you snoring for a moment. You look at that. We all heard you, but did you hear the question, Prof?
I didn't get the question.
Well, of course. How could you get the question? We were rounding off when you came in, but then you couldn't come in and we not hear from you. So we just want to hear very briefly from you, and then we promise to come earlier at another time. So, Prof, just a few words.
I know what I would say. It's just a pity that the Nigeria's political, will I call it, atmosphere is just like people accommodate people just because of will I call it, the fame. But most of the time, our politicians, their fame does not match them being sincere people. That's the problem we have. And I think, due to the hunger and the land, many people go to vote such people into power, and it's an error. So it's high time when it comes to election, people should think twice and realize that they ought to vote the right people into office, not people that will pay them for their votes. That's it. And it's high time we should really realize we need change in that nation, not the type of change of Buhari. I rest my case here.
All right, Prof.
Hello?
The light. So you can go back to sleep now, Prof. Thank you
No,
for.
no. Okay, no problem. I've spoken. Maybe it's network that caused this one.
This is it, Prof. All right, Prof. Thank you, Prof. So that was Prof. So from Prof, we go on to UK. UK, are you still with us? And if you are, your words.
I'm here. I'm here. One man.
Yeah, we're taking closing remarks. So a few words from you.
Well, what I want to say is, if we all believe in one Nigeria, we have to do the right thing. Yeah, what's his name? The two last guys that spoke. What's his name? The new guy. Is it something
enigmatic?
Enigmatic. Yeah. He says some things that I like. I think. Yeah. Quite sure I'm from the southeast. But in anything any human being is doing, you have to fight for it. And it's always good to go for, you fight for it, then you win through merit. But just that in our system now, there's nothing like merit, But I will say all those Igbo politicians, if you need something, you have to fight for it. Yeah, quite sure. This is Igbo turn. If they do things in a normal, if we consider ourselves in a warm Nigeria, because I think an Igbo man have never really been, since they started this their 99 since 1999 democracy now. At least they should give it to an Igbo man now. But at the same time they have to fight for it. Fighting for something in a true merit. I like it, because when you get something through merit, you value it, and you'll be happy too. Because anything you use your brain to get, you always, you value, no matter how much little that thing is. Even as we all are making money, anything you make with your own brain and sweat, you always value it. But the reason why you see these our politicians, they play like most, because those are resources now. They don't use their brain to get all those things. It's something that they just get at the platter of God. So they don't even value the system. That's why you see them. They don't like. That's why I keep saying that they don't have the love for the country, because had it been their fight for the country, through thick and thin, you will see that even them, you will see them commanding so much respect, as in you won't be seeing all this thing that is going on, like people going to do ritual because they will even be an example. But for them, because they haven't done anything for the country, they haven't worked for the country. That's why you see them, they want to be there, because you getting something in a plaza without suffering, because every time they do election, the money they already stolen, they will use it to recycle again into the system, and they will be shouting for them, they are this, all of them, they are nothing. Even as I'm talking to, even the president of Nigeria, even as I'm talking to, even if you join all the politicians put together, I'm bigger than them, because I'm proud of myself, because whatever thing I have made, I have never stolen for anybody. So for the fact somebody like me have not steal, then I've come to other people's country to work, use my brain, getting all those things with my own sweat. I enjoy that kind of wealth. Forget all these things we say, this person have this person command this thing, this person command. To me, all of them, they are just rubbish, because those wealth, it doesn't belong to them. It belongs for the Commonwealth of Nigeria. At least whatever place you are, once you are in Nigeria, those wealth, they belong to all of us. It's not theirs. Because if they do things in a proper way, like we believe, like everybody vie for, even all of us that are in this platform, now we are bigger than them now. And I mean, we should be honest, because most of the things we are saying here, those people were even thinking they will lead us. We that in this platform, we have that brain more than them. I mean, I'm not saying, but even one man, you can see the people that come to this platform. I mean, the kind of input we contribute. You can know that people like us, if they put us in that country, we will make a difference. But this same old cargo coming every time, we'll be hailing them, we'll be saying this thing. To me, it doesn't really give me any joy, no matter how we look at it. That's what I want to say. I mean, we need a change. Even if we are talking about this Mogalu, it's not this thing. But if we bring him in and he bring that change now, all of us, I mean, everybody will be good now. But man, so let's just do things, at the right, and let us just look for the best among us to come out and do the change. That's what we're looking for. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you, UK. A real delight. So UK was away, but now he's back as bigger and stronger than ever. So UK, one of your favorite voices. Good to hear from you, UK. So just to add to what UK was saying, the window is actually open for an Igbo president. If we had a real contender, he would just go and take that seat, because everybody knows that it is the turn of the East to be president. We all know that. It's just that there is no champion and there is no effort. It is the turn of the East. For equity, for balance, for fairness, for national cohesion, if we're saying we're all one Nigeria, then everybody should have that equal entitlement to that seat. And if we want to be reasonable, it is the turn of the East. But there's no effort and there is no champion. Engineer, your words.
Yes, man. The issue there in terms of the time for the East. If today, let's say let's table Rocha's Okorocha. You see, some will end up saying no. If we put Rochas will pull crowd, but the funny part of it is the Eastern Quarter people that will bring him down. So that's where the problem always starts from. It's the same Eastern Quarters. The people of that territory, they are the people who bring that man down. So if it's just unfortunate, but let's keep eye on ground to be seeing what is going to come up. Well, closing remark is please, thumbs up is more important, and for people who lives in the UK, we were supposed to be sleeping by now, but we are dedicating this time to speak to you people on the other side of the world. So if we cannot sleep properly, we value your thumbs up, which is much more important. And for people in America, we still appreciate your thumbs up. For the colleagues on air, we still value you, despite the fact you guys are having all the time network issue, network problem. But we pray that may God still make your network not be having problem at all the time when we are discussing important things.
Maybe we should send technology to America. You know that third world country that they call America, eh?
Exactly. So, Adele Koko, you have a lot of work to do, and you need to sort out the internet in America so that, because I notice each time anyone from America, they'll be having problem of internet. So we don't know. Or if too much of talking about Buhari and Lai Mohammed.
Are we not the people supplying you people internet? What are you talking about?
But you have to give us. We are buying quality. We are not buying quantity.
What do you have over there?
Quantity.
Engineer.
So please, let's unite and let's try to make things work for good. God will bless everyone and have a lovely weekend. Happy Sunday to everybody, and God bless.
And you
Thank
too.
you, and have a good night.
All right, thank you, engineer. I can already hear the sleep in your voice. So I'll let you go, engineer. I'll speak to you later in the day. So that was engineer. From engineer, we go on to Tony. Tony, to you.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You know, when they say thumbs up, they not maybe they don't know that what on a big grammar. Was when they like this page, make now they push the like button. Now be the thumbs up. Not be say make una hands up. Oh. Push that like button on the left side. You know, the far left. You know, the other one is to thumb down. You know, but the like one is like this page. You see the right hand there. They say like. You just touch that like. That like now because when they say thumb up, maybe people don't know. Huh? Okay, then let me go there. So and then I want to thank this guy, UK, for your contribution just now. And then Rational Mind, thank you very much. I'm very happy that sooner or later we are going to get through this. That we will see the reason why there shouldn't be any election because as long as the country is talking about tribe or who is to become president, you come from here, from that, from this party, from the other one, from the other one. That means nothing is going to be faced. We already know where we are going then. They say make them know the open eye, the legs and stand, call at our face. So that be the 20 days. So nothing that. So meanwhile, then secondly, that the presidents are not known. Good presidents are not known. They just come out, they just spring out from somewhere. So nothing wrong with Mogalu or Mogalu or Dele Momodu or those new people. But in this type of setup, the current system of the country, we already know that nothing can work. So why are we debating about this people every day? We should stop debating about them every day. You know, that's it. And then this guy, Rational Mind, thank you very much. And then UK, you know, thank you very much. You know, well said that these people they are looting because no other place in the whole world, in the wide world, where people will leave office and they go and build hit up mansions like Obasanjo, like Babangida, and these people will be arrested. So nothing will work. So South Nigeria or Oduduwa Republic, I'll finish. Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night, Tony.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody. It's been a good session today, I would say. For the most part, we've debated a lot of issues, even though I slept in between. I don't know. I just slept off. So anyway, so our people behind the scene, we want you to continue liking that button. That way you get notified and you can push one man's algorithm to go to propel it more so that you get notification whenever it comes on air. So for me, well, lastly, I just want to talk about the coup going on around, sweeping across West Africa, some West African countries. The one I just want to talk specifically about the one in Burkina. They said the reason was because they can't just sit down and see the Islamists decimate their army in the north and southeast part of the country, or even the core north. The Islamists have taken over the whole place. Is it ISIS or whatever? They've taken over the Sahel, and so they're killing their armies like they kill something else. So, and the president is sitting down there in the office doing nothing. It's just similar to what we have in Nigeria too. So will Nigeria be the next place? Well, let's see. But I don't think it's going to happen in Nigeria because I think Obasanjo did a very good job in breaking that army. I mean, breaking Nigerian army pieces. I mean, made it whereby they could not really regroup. I don't even think maybe it's even still it's possible considering the Herculean tax they have in their hands, having to deal with the Boko Haram. They send a lot of the troops, and some of the generals are over there in Maiduguri. They're so fragmented at the moment. So I don't know if there's any way they could group themselves together. Maybe smaller, maybe younger military guys could do that, but I don't know. But I don't just hope it doesn't happen that way. But I just think it's a sign that something is sweeping across West Africa. But who knows who's going to be the next? Because with the kind of thing that happened in Burkina, whereby the army had to rebel because they were killing their military. I mean, we've seen that happen with the Nigerian army too. We see banditry everywhere. People are not free to move. You can't go to your farm and harvest your crops. And for that reason, you see the skyrocketing of food and food products in the market and inflation and everything. So we don't know where this is going to end. With 2023 election old, in the midst of all this banditry in the north, I'm yet to even see how they're going to get that numbers. That so-called stupid number they say they have in the north, where they say they have the largest block of people voting, with virtually most of the state in the north overrun by Boko Haram and the bandits. Are they going to say they're still going to put that number? Well, we're going to see. I know we definitely do. They always fabricate numbers. They will fabricate it. But let's see how that turns out. Except that country is restructured before 2023 and really sit people down and redo that constitution and made it a real federating state or a regional state or a regional kind of system. I don't see that country moving forward. And so I just want to say that as my parting remark. And I want to thank everybody, and especially one man, for affording us that opportunity to use this platform to discuss this topical matters that affects our country. And thank you, Ajele Koko, and hope to see you guys tomorrow again.
All right, brother. Thank you, Rashida Bind. So that was Rashida Bind. As ever, a level voice. It never really gets phased, but it just keeps it steady. So a man that nobody can ever accuse Ajale Koko of keeping it steady, because when he's vexed, when Ajale Koko is not pleased, you would know it all. But hopefully he's pleased. He's pleased this time around as he sums it up in a short summary for us. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, one man. And I want to thank everybody that came on the platform tonight. Your contribution is quite meaningful. And I want to thank our listeners all over the world, for being with us since the beginning to the end. We like to urge you. I would like to urge you, if you are listening to us, wherever you are, click on the like button. Click it. Like this show. Click on the like. Because what we are doing now, what we are doing here, is mainly to educate and inform our people all over the world, to do the right thing. And do the right thing is to, first of all, to enlighten them about their right. What is their right? What is their civic responsibility? What is it that they've been lying to them that they need to know that is lie? And we are ready to counter the lie. The government we have in place in Nigeria, the APC government, is a government that is running the state, running Nigeria with lies, with propaganda, and that is their style of governance: lie, propaganda, and misinformation. There's no coordination. They have failed the country. They fail on economic front, political front. They fail. They didn't do anything that they promised the people. People voted for them on 3 key factors. On security, they said they're going to make the security better. What have they done on security? The security has got worse. On economy, they said they're going to make the economy better. What have they done on economy? The economy is worse off. I mean, it's worse than anybody can imagine. And the promise
on restructuring. Have they restructured? They are destructuring the nation. They are not restructuring, they are destructuring. They have divided, they have caused disunity among the people in that nation than we ever thought that we ever see in our lifetime. So this is the reason you don't have to vote for these people. You have to vote. Don't look at, if you're a Yoruba man or you're a Yoruba person, don't look at Tinubu that because they are feeding Tinubu, that is what is Tinubu going to do for you? Do you know Tinubu? What has it done for you? How has Tinubu improved your life as a person in Lagos? If you live in Lagos and you're listening, in what way has Tinubu governance in Lagos have affected or have impact your life positively in Lagos? How would it impact your life positively when it gets to the presidency? They don't care. They killed Yoruba people in Igogon and Ibarapa area. What did he do? Did he speak to it? He didn't speak to it because he never cared about your interest. He doesn't care about your Yoruba interest. He cares about his own personal interests. A leader must speak when his people are facing a very serious problem. A leader, that is why he's in a position of leader. A leader must speak. He must show empathy. He must visit the scene of incident. We are talking about killing of people. Killing of ordinary folk that work in their farm, that sit in their village, that doesn't beg anybody for anything. Now, they don't have anything anymore. They can't go to their farm anymore. And no assistance from anybody for them. And you see your leader that is contesting for position doesn't show any love, no show of care. I mean, gentlemen, it's time for us to just, reason well and we do the right thing. That is what this show is meant for, is to enlighten our people, to do the right thing, to see things in a more positive way and be very objective and do the right thing in that country. And other than that, I want to thank all of you behind the scene that are chatting. You are the strength of the platform. You guys are wonderful. My brother, Alessandra Gomez, thank you so much all the time. You're always around. In the morning, in the night, you're always around. And Akashi, thank you as well. You are there all the time. Thank you strongly. And I thank Flash Mankind. I thank every other person that we know. I cannot remember every other name, every other name, but I thank you all. You are the strength, and let's keep on coming together every time and doing this thing together. So, and I thank one man as well for the good job of taking his time to bring us together. I don't know the way he's doing it. I don't know where he's getting the strength from, but it's not easy to do it every day. It's a big job. It's a big responsibility. It's contributing its own. It's contributing its own in a very wonderful way. Bringing all of us together every day. So I thank him a lot. And other than that, please like, share, subscribe if you have not, and hit the notification button so that anytime one man went to Mo is going on live, you can get notified. Thank you, one man. Tomorrow is another day. We'll continue the struggle.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko is just one of the most powerful voices that I know, and the power, you see, Ajale Koko is a unique breed. Is a special kind of person. I know that I'm telling you what you already know. But the quality of voice, the pitch and tonality, the sincerity of purpose and the honesty of it, and the principled stance all of that combined in the delivery, this is really just, and of course, that sprinkled dust of magic sparkle that it brings. So that is the magic of the man. So Ajale Koko, a real superstar. So just to what Ajale Koko was saying, I do this because I enjoy. That is really the thing. I enjoy. I delight in the company of virtually everybody that comes here. Ajande Koko. Now we have Enigmatic. That's another voice that we have to explore. With the Black League, we have Professor Datao UK, Baba Kure. Just all of the people that gather, just big, 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 big personalities. So when I set off to start doing the live streaming, I wanted to explore the sort of people that were out there. And to my absolute delight, the level of quality of persons that I've come to encounter on this platform is to the last digit, the sort of people that I was hoping to engage with. Who does not want to be in a conversation with the sort of people that converge here to discuss matters and to debate? We ebb, we flow, we scream, we shout, we laugh, we get upset with each other. We say things that we shouldn't say. So it's just the whole mix of all of it. So that is really what propels me, because I enjoy it. That's just the thing. I want us to be the number one platform in the space. I want us to be a real movement. I want us to, really shake things so that all these talkings that we do all the time, if we pull it together, it can turn into something that is really impactful, that we can launch at the political space and change some sort of paradigm, if not the whole space. We can't do it because I believe we can do it, because the conversations that we have been having tells us that we can't do it, because we all have the same conversation arriving. We have everybody now on the platform, north, south, east, west, everybody. Maybe not sufficient enough of quantities of voices, but everybody is represented now on this platform, and we are having this difficult conversation, which is Nigeria. So that is why I'm always saying, no, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. It's not that I want to get on your nerves or I want to be precious or I'm asking for rewards or whatever. But if we push it real hard, we can push it to impact. So it is that pushing it to impact that invites all that, subscribe, thumbs up, or click the like button. As Tony is telling me that you're too illiterate to understand what thumbs up is. So click the like button then if you're that pedestrian in thought. So all of that and everything wrapped up. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation and within the comment section, but here I say peace.